Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular commission meeting this March 11th, 2005. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Marker. Here. Deputy Vice Mayor Long is absent. Vice Mayor Cassell.
Here.
Commissioner Burns.
Here.
Mayor Carney.
Here.
We have a quorum.
If you would all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Agenda approval. You all have agendas. Do anybody, any additions, subtractions, deletions? That would be subtractions.
No, I think I'm fine. There were some questions about the showers and such on the beach, but I think that's been answered. And thank you all for addressing that with the residents who are concerned. I'm good.
Great. Then I need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. We have several presentations tonight. The first one, I'm delighted to give a presentation to Spencer Britt, who has served this city for over 30 years. Let me read this resolution. Resolution number 50-25. Spencer, where are you? A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, recognizing and commending Spencer Britt for 30 years of service to the City of Delray Beach. Whereas Spencer Britt began his career with the City of Delray Beach on February the 6th of 1995, and on February 6, 2025, reached a milestone career, having achieved 30 years of full-time service with the city. And whereas Spencer was hired as crew leader 2, and soon promoted to construction superintendent, then assistant water sewer network manager, and in 2023 was promoted to stormwater superintendent, where he currently serves with distinction. And whereas his extensive knowledge and experience make Spencer the go-to expert on many of the city's infrastructure systems for utilities and public works. Not only does he possess extensive knowledge, he is also known for patiently and diligently sharing this knowledge with his team members. And whereas Spencer's reliability and calm demeanor make him an outstanding leader in all situations, he is constantly on the move and makes timely decisions to solve problems. And whereas Spencer has proven to be a valuable asset since the beginning, promoted to lead the stormwater team in Public Works Department, he displays the highest levels of cooperation and professionalism and holds himself accountable for all of his decisions. Whereas there are numerous commendations in Spencer's file for providing outstanding customer service throughout his career, his kindness and courteous demeanor are appreciated by all who know Spencer. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, as follows. 1, that the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach hereby recognizes and commends Spencer Britt for 30 years of dedicated and faithful service. 2, that the City Commission hereby congratulates and expresses sincere thanks and appreciation to Spencer Britt for his many years of service and wishes him the best of health and happiness in his continued employment. Passed and adopted this 11th day of March. We have a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done. Great. Photo op. Where's the plaque? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you don't want this whole thing. Well, give it to you anyway. Here, do you want to present it, or? Yes, please do. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So I'm Lachey King, Employee Engagement Administrator, here to present to you, Mr. Britt Spencer, a plaque for your service. You can get that. And Mr. Corrali would like to speak a few words.
Thank you. To piggyback off what the mayor has said, we are here to celebrate an incredible milestone in the career of someone who has an integral part of the Delray Beach for the last 3 decades. Spencer Britt is celebrating 30 years of dedicated service in this city, and it's a privilege to honor him for all his work and contributions. Let's take a moment to think back in 1995, the year Spencer started at the City of Delray Beach. Tom Lynch was serving as mayor, David Harden was our city manager, and it was the year of a great celebration. We had our very first 100-foot Christmas tree lighting ceremony. A lot has changed since then, but Spencer's commitment to the growth and betterment of the Delray Beach has remained steadfast throughout. Spencer started his journey with the City of Delray Beach as a crew leader in what was then the Construction Engineering Department. Early on, he was recognized for his leadership abilities and technical skills, and just 6 months later, he was promoted to the role of Construction Superintendent. In this position, he became responsible for overseeing some of the city's most significant capital improvement projects, from stormwater to water main improvements, sewer main upgrades, and road construction. His work directly impacted the daily lives of everyone in the city. For 23 years, Spencer worked in this field, tackling complex projects, ensuring that infrastructure throughout Delray Beach was built to last. His efforts helped shape the city we know today, providing the foundation of all the development and growth that has taken place in the years that followed. In 2016, the division Spencer worked for was absorbed into the Water and Sewer Department, and Spencer transitioned into a new role as an assistant manager for water sewer. He continued this commitment to improving Delray Beach's infrastructure, overseeing essential water and sewer services that are vital to our residents. He maintained this role until February 2023, when he joined the Public Works Department as the Stormwater Superintendent. In this position, Spencer has taken on the critical role of helping build the city stormwater team. His leadership, knowledge, and expertise has been a major factor in the success and future growth of that division. Under his guidance, the Stormwater Department has thrived in his position for continued success, thanks in no small part to Spencer's unwavering dedication to his work. Spencer's career is a shining example of what it means to serve a community with pride and integrity. 30 years is a monumental achievement, and we all have having Spencer's leadership and vision in the city. Spencer, on behalf of the entire city of Delray Beach, we want to express our deepest gratitude for their hard work, your commitment, your dedication over the past 3 decades. Your contributions have made a lasting impact on the city, and we look forward to seeing all the great things still to come in the future. Congratulations on reaching this incredible milestone. Thank you, Spencer, for everything you've done and continue to do for Delray Beach. Here's to many more years of service and success.
Those are always fun to do.
That's the best part of the job.
That's the best part of the job.
I agree.
4B, the current guidance for the new water treatment plan project implementation presentation by Mr. Hajimi, and there you are, et al. You're just in the mood.
This is so exciting.
Mr. Hajimi, I'm introducing you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Hassan Hajimi.
Yes. Good evening. Which one? It's like this one. Okay. I'm gonna get closer to you. Not that I really want to. Is it on? It's on. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Commission, Hassan Hajimini Utilities Department. Joining me this evening here to my left, Mr. Henry Dakowitz, our CFO, Mr. Darrell Parker with the Wendell Wellen Associate Financial Services, Jay Glover, the Managing Director of PFM, and Gregory Roy, Vice President of CDF. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be here to give you an update. There we go. on our water treatment plant. Tonight we mainly going to update you on our estimated construction cost that has changed from beginning. Funding summary, the options that we have for funding of this project. Rate summary that we are looking forward for your favorable consensus tonight, and project schedule. As we know, the whole purpose of the new water treatment plant is to replace our aging water treatment and also water supply infrastructure that we have in the city. We want to make sure that we will be delivering a much better water quality to our citizens. Make sure that we will be able to meet the future upcoming water quality regulation by EPA. And as a whole, just improve the water infrastructure within the city. We also have a site rendering that we will go over at the end of the slide. Right now, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gregory to give you an update on.
Oh, is this on? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I hear
Okay.
you, thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Greg Roy. I work for CDM Smith. We are the design builder for this project. Very happy to be involved. A little history on the project cost and where we are right now. So the project was originally planned back in 2023. And at that time, the city was pursuing a modification to the existing plant, but actually keeping the existing water plant to maintain or keep the use of existing assets. So what the plan was is to build a new treatment facility to work side by side with the existing facility. So the new facility was planned to be about 14 million gallons per day. And at that time, the cost of the project was $129 million. Then later in the year of 2023, the city decided to go design build with this project, to hire somebody to handle everything soup to nuts. And an RFQ was issued, and in the beginning of 2024, CDM Smith was awarded the contract for this project. The month later, EPA came out with new regulations. They changed the goalposts, let's say, for what the requirements are for meeting these contaminants of concern, PFAS. So they ratcheted them down. They came down so far that making use of the existing facility didn't make any sense. It wouldn't be possible. So the whole plan changed, and now the plan is to completely replace the existing facility with a brand new state-of-the-art water treatment plant. That's nice, but it does have a cost impact. So at that time, at the beginning of 2024, we came to you for a facilities plan approval. The project was at $275 million. A big increase, but a lot has gone into that. That was in April of 2024. And then just recently in October the end of last year, we had an update to the project cost due to the design development that we've incurred. And at that time and currently, the project is at $280 million. And that is for a brand new water treatment plant. That is for 2 deep injection wells that are necessary to discharge the concentrate from the process. And it's for the installation of 6 new raw water wells that are necessary to provide drinking water or water to this facility so that there's enough to supply the demand in the city. That's the update as far as cost and where we are right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Dakowitz.
Thank you. What we tried to show here is the cash flow projections over the 3-year period of the project. And we tried to group it by fiscal year. So fiscal year 2025, we have quarters 3 and 4 for that year, and then going forward. What we did is we broke the project into 3 parts: equipment pre-purchase, deep injection wells, and water treatment. There are certain equipment that has a very long lead time, which we must purchase currently so that we can receive the goods in a timely manner to make sure the project's deadlines don't slide. That would cost $4.2 million in the third quarter of fiscal '25, and then some additional amounts in late 2026 and '27. The deep injection wells are required, as was stated before, and the costs, again, we have the first line is the cost in each individual time period, and a running cost for the life of the project of how much it will cost. So the deep injection wells will total $33 million. The equipment pre-purchase will be $21 million. The water treatment plant itself, the construction starts with a slow cost, and then it accelerates in fiscal '26 and '27, and then a small trail, the total of $226 million, obviously the bulk of the total cost of the project. And then we have totals by quarter and to date to look at the cash flows, because it is important for us to raise the money with issuance of bonds that match the cash flow projections. One of the restrictions the IRS imposes when you borrow tax-free funds is that you must spend them down within a strict time period. Usually it's 2 to 3 years, but there are certain exceptions. So consequently, we are looking at issuing bonds in the fourth quarter of this fiscal year, July to September, of $140 million. That would allow us to raise enough money for the first 6 quarters of expenditures without violating any of the IRS restrictions. We're looking at a similar $140 million financing next summer, and that would take us all the way through. In conjunction with this, the IRS has certain requirements that if you spend money in advance of borrowing tax-free, in order to reimburse yourself, you must pass a notice of intent to reimburse, which you have already done. And that way, even though we are proceeding with the expenditures to keep the project on hand, what will happen is the water department will use some of its reserves now, but as we borrow the money, those funds will be reimbursed for them. So this is the general overview of the financial aspects of the project.
Mayor, could I ask a question?
Yes, please.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
We increased our utility rates to have the money in our fund to be utilized. I thought a portion of that was going to be utilized, but at this point it looks like we won't be even touching the money in the fund, do you think? Or will that be in the event that we incur excess expenses beyond what we anticipate?
You're talking about the rates that were increased in 2022?
Right.
Right, those funds, if the water department has excess revenues over expenditures in a year, it goes into their reserves.
There was an anticipation that we would be banking some of that money for the future. And so I'm just asking, you don't anticipate having to use any of that?
I mean,
You don't
cash is
know.
cash. If it's sitting in reserves, if we need cash, we use those.
Mr. Thackwitz, I'd like to, if you don't mind, Jay Glover, I think you might be in better position to clarify what our position might be in that regard.
Thank you.
Well, and we'll talk about the plan of finance here in a few slides. What we've done is crafted a plan of finance that really results in bond proceeds funding the entirety of the project as a base case.
A better approach.
I think we will look at the reserve levels probably before we do the second financing to see if
Got
that
it.
borrowing can be reduced at that point in time.
Thank
But
you.
we build a base case scenario which by you would hopefully set your rates to meet, and then if we can improve on that, obviously all the better. But we don't want to assume that because
Got
it
it.
has a lot of assumptions involved in it.
Understood. Thank you for that answer. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, so again, Jay Glover from PFM. We are the city's financial advisor. So anytime there is the need to issue debt to fund capital projects, we are brought on board to determine the most cost-effective way to do that. We did this as part of the initial rate setting process that you all went through when the project was $140 million or so. And now we've gone back to our models, working with Wildan, who will talk about some of the rate outcomes, to determine the best way to finance the $280 million project costs. This slide sort of comes in over time, which I didn't necessarily need it to, but let me get all these bullet points up. So what we have done is, and again, this is a base case scenario that assumes the full $280 million of project cost, as well as the required cost of issuance and various reserves and things are funded through debt issuance. And as Henry mentioned, we need to break this up into multiple financings for a variety of reasons. One is you don't want to incur interest on funds before they're needed. You want to match the financing with the actual spend down of the proceeds. And most importantly, as was noted, the IRS requires you to have an expectation to spend proceeds within a period of time. So in terms of the base case, after reviewing the cash flow projections that were just presented, we have broken this down into two financings again. The first issuance would be a Series 2025 financing for $140 million. We assumed a 30-year financing. These are very long, useful life assets, so you want to stretch the repayment out to meet the asset life and obviously limit the impact on ratepayers as much as possible. We've used a fairly conservative 4.75% interest rate projection. I think we all probably follow the capital markets. They've been very volatile recently. But some of the good news is actually tax exempt and taxable bond rates have actually come down some. In sort of a chaotic market, there's generally a flight to quality, so people invest in high-quality investments like U.S. Treasuries, like municipal bonds. So we think the 4.75% interest rate is a little conservative, which we like, again, to do at this point in time. We've also, as we'll see on a couple of other slides, looked at various capitalized interest options, and I'll get into the details of that here in a second. And then we've also assumed that essentially a year later, once the $140 million of bond proceeds had spent down, we would come back with another $140 million to fund the remaining balance of the project. Again, I'll stress here, this is a base case scenario for rate setting purposes. I think the city is looking at grant opportunities. There might be SRF loan opportunities through the state that come at a subsidized interest rate, and there might be reserves that you can put toward capital projects as well to reduce the size of this borrowing. But since none of that is guaranteed, we need to have rates in place that will actually allow us to repay this debt and present a strong picture to the rating agencies and the capital markets. So with that, I'll go over the four options, and Henry, I didn't realize these sort of buzzed in over time, but you can go ahead and put all of these up. So again, the four options all have the same project funding schedule. We just have different capitalized interest options. And what's meant by capitalized interest? That's when you actually borrow funds to pay the interest cost to the investors during the construction period of the project. So that allows you to not have to pay interest until your project is online, generating revenues. It also allows you to have the rate increases move into effect over time and the compounding factor, take effect. If you did not capitalize interest, you would have to have much more substantial rate increases on day one to make this financing feasible. So by capitalizing interest over different periods of time, we determine what we could do in terms of meeting our financial covenants, but also being cognizant of the ratepayers and not wanting to increase rates as much, as might be needed on day one. So with that, the next four charts show the debt service coverage ratio based on the plan of finance and the various capitalized interest options. And keep in mind when we're looking at debt service coverage, which is the key financial factor I note when we're looking at a marketable credit, that's the level of net revenues generated by the system. So you take your gross revenues, you net out the cost of operations and maintenance, that gives you a net revenue figure. You compare that to the amount of total debt service you have to pay to the investor, and that gives you a coverage ratio. So your bond documents that will be drafted as part of this process will have a legal requirement for you to maintain at least 1.2 times coverage. We might ratchet that down to 1.15, but you don't want that coverage level to go much lower than that because then it becomes a credit issue for investors. So we have the legal requirement of, say, 1.2 times, but we have a target ratio of 1.5 times to allow you cushion for unforeseen circumstances. Go back one. Hold on, I got it. So as you can see here, when we don't capitalize any interest, you have coverage issues in 27 and 28 below the required target. So again, capitalized interest, if we didn't do this, it would require higher rate increases than we're proposing today to actually meet your coverage requirements. So we looked at just capitalizing interest for essentially the first half year or semi-annual period. And again here in 2028 you have issues meeting your coverage at 1.16 times because the debt service comes online very quickly and you haven't given yourself an opportunity to grow into the rate increases being proposed. And we're honing in on it here. And as you can see in option 3, we're moving the debt service payments out. So now your first debt service payment isn't until 2028. You still have coverage issues here below your minimum requirement. So this is where we get to where the recommended scenario is. So we are capitalizing interest through October 1 of 2027. So you're really capitalizing interest during the 2-year construction period of the project. Your first debt service payment will not be until fiscal year 2028. And you can see here we're meeting our minimum coverage requirements and growing into our target 1.5 times ratio. So this is a credit that we think we can sell to the rating agencies to get you a good credit rating, which will drive your cost of capital down and will be acceptable to the capital markets as well. So again, this is all based on what we think are some pretty conservative assumptions. So hopefully we can outperform this. But this is where we think we need to be in terms of getting the project done based on current market conditions. And I think now Daryl is going to talk about what this means in terms of potential rate increases that are needed.
All right, good evening. I'm Daryl Parker with Wildan Financial Services. Yep, let me slide over just a hair. I feel like I was leaning over. And so Wildan's role in this project team is to look at all the financial, the debt numbers, develop financial projections for other costs, operating expenses, that type of thing, and set up a rate path that can fund all of your expenditures, not just this new debt, but all of your expenditure needs for the utility system. So what we're looking at here, this is based on the rate path that we've developed, which is where these 4 scenarios came from. So we've got a typical bill, typical 6,000 gallon per month residential customer, combined water and sewer. And so we wanted to see, okay, to fund this, what's our rate path look like? So we've developed some suggested rate adjustments. So the very first column is where it says existing 2025. Those are based on the rates that are in place right now. You've already adopted rate adjustments that will go into effect September 1, October 1, the end of September, October 1 of this year, which would be the beginning of the next fiscal year. And so that's what you see in the next column over there. And so you're already looking at an increase a little over $3 per month for that typical bill. But this was based on the numbers from a few years ago. As we have seen, the cost numbers have gone up a lot. So we need an additional adjustment on top of that. So that additional adjustment would be another $6.23 for a combined increase of $9.32 per month. So that's what we're suggesting go into effect for October 1 of this year. Beyond that, we're still, as you saw, those debt service numbers going to come in, even with the capitalized interest. You're eventually going to have to pay those debt payments. And so we still need to continue to make those adjustments. What we're trying to do is set kind of a smooth path so that you don't have to take a big hit all of a sudden in 1 year. We know that nobody wants rate increases. You don't, your customers don't, but given that it probably has to happen, I'd say it definitely has to happen. We don't want it to happen in a big chunk. We want it to be a smooth process. So based on the rate path we've developed, or we're looking at right now, you can see that the incremental increases each year, the adjustments per month, they're based on a smoothed out path. And then once we get past 2030 into 2031, it'll kind of taper off and level back out to getting closer to more inflationary adjustments that you would probably do anyway. Any questions on that? So next, Our next slide. So, one of the things that we need to look at is, and that Jay needs when we go to the bond market. Well, how do your rates compare to others in the area, other communities? So that very first green bar to the left, those are the rates that are in place right now. And that is, here again, that typical 6,000 gallon a month customer. And so the second green bar, that's where you are already planning to go to. You've already adopted that rate increase, that rate adjustment. And so you would jump over one of your local communities here, although they probably have to adjust rates too. So you'd be about in the same place on that graph. And now the third green bar is with the new additional rate adjustment in place based on the financing plan and the rate path we've developed here. And so this is only for 1 year. So chances are, even though we propose that you continue adjusting rates, all of these other utilities, we don't know exactly what they're going to do, but everybody's kind of facing the same cost issues, capital cost issues, inflationary issues. So rates are going to change. So chances are, you're below the average now. You'll stay below the average with this adjustment. Chances are over the next 5 years, even with the rate adjustments, that average will keep moving up and you'll still be below that average group. Thank you.
Next slide. So this next slide is intended to give you an idea of where the project stands. What have we completed and where's the project going? As I mentioned before, the planning began in 2023, and after that, we enter into 2 different stages of the project. The first stage is design. Design of this project is very complex, and it's going to take about 1.5 years. It takes that long because this is a very sophisticated process. It's a plant that's being nestled on an existing site, so it's very complicated. So 1.5 years is necessary to do that. So most of 2024 and through August of this year will encompass the design portion. And when I just say design, that means pulling together or defining specifications and drawings for our contractors to build this project as required. So once that design is finished to a certain percentage, it's not 100%, and this is the beauty of design build. We're able to start building early, finish design, but start construction before we finish design. So we are starting construction in October of this year, and the plan is to finish construction in early 2028. Now, the importance there is that EPA has set a milestone for all municipalities to come in compliance with the new PFAS regulations, and that is April of 2028. If you don't meet that, you're subject to fines. The City of Delray will meet that requirement. We will finish in time for that date.
Thank you very much. There we go. Just a little summary of almost a year ago, the City Commission approved the CSA, Consultant Service Authorization, for phase 1 of this project to CDM. Was exactly probably a year ago, March 5th of 2024, for $14.9 million. We had 2 events that came after that. One of them was actually the approval of the resolution adopting the facility, a plan design that it was done. At that time, we brought up the estimated cost at $275 million. And also, December 17th, it was addendum. There was a change to the scope for $800,000 for additional design work that they have to do as part of the all the changes that has happened as part of the EPA upcoming requirement. So while we are here today, we are respectfully requesting your consensus for us to move to proceed with the following items. One of them is, as was stated earlier, for the long lead item, we need to start the procurement process. If we don't do that, unfortunately, we may jeopardize the completion date of the project. And even though it says $21 million here, the $21 million is not going to be spent right away. This is up to we get the revenue bond in hand, so it may be just $4 to $5 million for that item. Second is proceeding with advertising for the construction of the deep injection well. That's a lengthy process also. We were able to secure the DEP's permit for both of these deep injection wells, so we are ready to go ahead and advertise them. And also, as I was mentioned earlier, reimbursement resolution that would allow city to pay itself for the money that we spend before the money is available through the revenue bond. And the last, but not the most important part of this request is for us to start the process for multi-year rate adjustment for our water and wastewater so we can fund this project. Without such rate adjustment, this project cannot proceed. We have a site rendering that Mr. Roy is going to just click on the cap. There we go.
Can we pause it for a minute?
Yes, just pause it right there.
Okay. All right, so this is we have a rendering of the project itself. The rendering includes the existing water treatment plant. What you will see is we'll populate the new water treatment plant, and I'll describe to you as it happens. So this is based on the model itself the rendering itself is based on the actual modeling of the design and what's to be constructed. So it's real time, it's the real thing, and it gives you a good perspective as far as what's going to be built. So this perspective is looking northwest. Southwest 7th is on the bottom left there. So that's the orientation. And so as I mentioned, this is the existing water treatment plant. So I'll start in. So you'll see the new facilities come in on the south, to the southwest. You'll see a new building pop up. So that large building to the south there is the new membrane facility. To the right of it is, oh, jeez, I knew that was going to mess up. Can somebody push me back? I'll just let it run.
Just go back.
I just won't interrupt it, and I'll just talk right through it.
Play it again?
Yeah.
Let it just play.
There we go. So the large building to the south, that's the new membrane facility. That has all the treatment processes. It has administration, the laboratory, and other facilities. You'll see to the far right a new building pop up. That's the new administration building. That's going to replace the existing. There's a new fence around the whole site. There's new landscaping along the street there for a visually, aesthetically appeasing view from the neighbors. To the lower left there are diesel storage tanks for emergency backup power. The pads just above that are booster pump stations for the existing wells we have now. The canopy you see there is for chemical storage, nestled in the middle. Those towers you see are gas degasifiers. I'm sorry. There are a couple new pads there. The one to the right and to the left are those rectangular pads. Those are the deep injection wells. We have 2 of those to pump concentrate into the ground. And that's all the work. So the existing water treatment plant is going to basically stay as is, with the exception of a few things that need to be demolished. But the new things are the new administration building and the membrane facility. This is what it's going to look like in the end when we're done constructing this. It's a very tight site. It's going to take a lot to build this and switch over at some point from the existing to the new, but we have a plan to do it. Any questions?
That concludes the formal presentation by the various consultants, CDM Smith, Public Financial Management, and others, and Mr. Hajimeri working closely with Henry Dacquist, myself. We are simply here to not only provide the comprehensive update we just offered, but as illustrated in the presentation, there are a number of formal authorizations that need to be executed by the City Commission, of which we anticipate beginning to offer specific recommendations circa April and May and beyond. So our interest is to secure your support at this time so that we can make the necessary arrangements to formally proceed as outlined.
Thank you. Commissioner Burns, any questions?
I have one. Let me put my microphone on. I have one question. First, I want to thank you for the very thorough update presentation, very comprehensible. Understand everything in there. However, question about the rate increase. So the funds from the rate increase of the utility goes to reserve, goes to the utility department reserve. It's like money in the bank to borrow money. Is that how that works?
Jay Glover from PFM. Not exactly. The rate increases go to support all of the operations of the utility system. So those rate increases are going to generate revenues that will pay the operating expenses of the system. They'll also repay the debt service of the system. And then any excess could be used for additional capital projects beyond this project, or could potentially go to build reserves. But no, we're not putting excess rates in place to build reserves.
Okay.
We're really putting the rates in place to meet the ongoing cash needs of the system on an operations and maintenance basis and a debt service basis.
Okay. All right, thank you. No other questions.
Commissioner Markert?
Yeah, I have one question. So you and I have talked about this. I work with the FBI. I run one of their companies, and I was in Washington last week for a 3-day threat briefing. And way up on the FBI's list are 3 things that they're concerned about: water, wastewater, and our power grid in terms of terrorist activities. With this new design, is the security going to be there that'll meet the minimums on that? Because, you know, the FBI is concerned, and they're right, and we've talked about it. If you look at our water plants across the United States, in some cases we have reservoirs. We don't have a reservoir here. We have wells, 18 of them. You know, we have a chain link fence that's about 4 feet tall around our water plant. The security's not there, and it's not just us, it's every community in the United States, but the FBI has got credible threats against water, wastewater, and the power grid. So I'm just asking the question, with this design, are we incorporating state-of-the-art security measures, or is that not part of this?
So you're spot on. So EPA has vulnerability assessments that are required for all public water supply facilities. So that is a must. It
Okay.
has to be done. It will be done as
Good.
part of this facility.
Okay.
I will tell you that the design includes a lot of security.
Okay.
There's a new 8-foot high block wall around the entire site.
Good.
There are security gates everywhere. You will not be able to get onto that site unless you are agile and can get over a very high wall.
That's great.
There are key cards, there are security cameras everywhere.
He could do it, actually.
I could do it.
Thought I'd throw that out there.
I could just step over it.
You
but-
step over it. I'll
So-
have to put Commissioner Casal on my shoulders and move her.
Hoist me over. You'll enjoy that.
So the security will be there, I guarantee.
Okay. And just a question for maybe the police department, the newly minted Captain Ferrari. Can this be incorporated into the real-time crime center as well? Is that something you'd consider?
It's something that if the water treatment facility was on board.
Oh, sorry, Gary. Gary just got promoted, in case you didn't know. He's now our new captain.
Newest Delray Beach Police Captain.
Mike Debris as well.
Yes.
Yeah, there are a whole
over
host.
there.
We should list all the individuals, why don't we?
We should.
We could. Do you want me to list them? I have them on my phone if you'd like. Or you know what? Captain Ferrari, why don't you list your colleagues
You
who
got it.
received promotions?
So we have Assistant Chief Rodney Stevenson, Captain Michael Machete.
No.
I'm sorry.
Debris.
Oh my God,
No.
Michael
Oh.
Debris.
Oh,
He
That
replaced
counts. You
Michael
too.
Machete. It's been a long day.
You said, did he have a
I know, it's been a
And
long
then we
day.
have 2 new lieutenants, Matt Naparstek and Casey Kelly. And 3 new sergeants, St. Martin, Norman St. Martin, Casey Kelly, and Kyle Kinney. So a lot of great movement, a lot of young, eager blood to really advance our police department into the future. So we're really excited about all of our new roles.
Thank you.
But to answer your question, we spoke a lot about what we're doing with camera technology and other technology. One of the things, working with Missy Barletto, her team, Mike Corelli, is really bringing our camera systems into one centralized system, which is the Genetech security system. Missy's team had worked with the water department early on and actually found that particular software or that environment, and we're kind of expanding off of that.
Great.
So it's definitely something that we can integrate back into the real-time crime center and our new police department in years to come.
That's great.
So absolutely.
Thank you.
It's definitely, and also I would imagine with a project like this, it would go through a SEPTED review, which is crime prevention, through environmental design and other reviews as well when it comes to security.
That's great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Captain.
That's great to hear.
You finished?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Casal.
No, I would just say thank you for the presentation. I'm sure the residents are thrilled. We get a lot of questions. People are wondering where we are in process and when it's going to be done. So thank you for this comprehensive explanation. And also reminder to the residents that our rates hadn't increased since, was it 2016, Mr. Hajimiri? Prior.
It had not been increased to best of my knowledge, 15 years prior to that.
Right. Thank you so
So
much.
there was no rate increase since probably 2000, early 2000.
Wow. Amazing. Well, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Just one quick question. The remaining, the existing plant, I understand you're adding all the new facilities. Are you going to be somehow then, when you move over to the new one, retrofitting the old one so that there's going to be some integrated system, or what's going to happen with the old plant?
It is not part of this project as far as demolishing or updating the.
So it's subject to, it's going to be
So
demolished?
that's in the future that we will do it. Now we mainly concentrating on building a new plant. and-
I just
and
wondering what's
putting
happening
it
with the
back.
old building, that's all. So
Correct, but
that's
the
fine.
demolition is not part of this project.
Great. Thank you all very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you all to formally offer consensus so that we can get to work as soon as possible?
Yes.
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 Yes?
Thank you. Very much appreciated.
Thank
Good job,
you.
Hassan. Good job.
Great presentation.
I'm going to get a copy of this. What? I don't know why the old building needs to be demolished.
Well, they're saying it's.
Apparently we can't. I know, that's the issue. And to retrofit it, it'll probably cost $200 million itself. Great. Item 4C, the presentation of Code Enforcement Division analysis, an update by Calvin Giordano and Associates.
Mr. Bernard Peter, ladies and gentlemen, he was before you all February 4th, 2024, and as committed, final report had been uploaded as part of the agenda packet, and this is simply to accompany this is a presentation to simply accompany what's being directed administratively so that we can achieve the best path forward. Mr. Peter, if you would, please. Accompanied by newly appointed Director of Neighborhood and Community Services, Jerry Pryor.
Thank you.
Bernard Pita, thank you for having me. Okay, Bernard Pita, Calvin Giordano and Associates, Director of Code Services for the state of Florida. I just wanted to apologize. I don't have one of those cool renditions that I saw. I was pretty impressed with that. So this will pretty much be to the point. So it'll just be an overview of the report that was submitted. That's probably in your backup. So.
If we can take a second to resolve the technical difficulty associated with uploading the presentation, we should be on our way.
No, it's not Citron Cooper. It's Calvin Giordano.
We can email it immediately. Darcy, where can we email it?
Let me grab the exact email address. Or you could send it to me, mendezd@mydelraybeach.com, mendezd@mydelraybeach.com. Normally we send to CK meeting scheduling at which is ckscheduling@mydelraybeach.com.
On the way to your address.
Mine? It's on the way to my email? Okay.
Yes. All right. While we get that all squared away, I'd like to ask the commission to go ahead and proceed with the Citron Cooperman presentation at this time. So we'll come back and pivot to Mr. Peter. So at this time, I would like to ask the representatives from Citron Cooperman to please come forward. I'd like to formally once again reintroduce Mr. Stephen Emery and members of his team. Stephen Emery is a partner with Citron Cooperman regarding the review of the Department of Finance and Budget and Interfund Transfer Policy Administration. Mr. Henry Dakowitz, newly appointed Chief Financial Officer, will accompany those gentlemen. Mr. Stephen Emery, I'd like to begin with you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So are we going to be able to have a presentation for us, or? Yes. Okay, great. All right.
That's there.
Okay, excellent. So thank you very much, Mr. Moore, for that warm introduction. I'm here with me is Mark Parisi to my right and Sam Josepher to my far right over here. It's a pleasure to be able to present to you this evening. Really appreciate the opportunity. And so now, so I'm going to go ahead and just start with the scope of our services. So 2 main points. We're to review the adjusting journal entries posted by the external auditors as a result of the fiscal year-end 2023 audit. And then also we're to perform an assessment over the city's budget transfer and amendment process for the 3 years ended September 30th, 2024. So I'm going to go ahead and start with our fiscal year-end 2023 AJE, or journal entry analysis. So this comprised 39 journal entries, 17 of which were prepared by the city. And these 39 journal entries impacted about $90.3 million gross. So, one of the reasons that you all had asked us to look into this is these are really large numbers. And so when I first saw them, we dug through these with a great level of care. And so here we have a breakdown of what those 39 journal entries are. And so 92% of those journal entries, or about $83 million, 17 of those journal entries, those were reclassifications for financial statement presentation purposes. So when auditors assist in preparing the financial statements of any entity, it's not uncommon that there would have to be reclassifications for financial statement presentation purposes that don't really impact the day-to-day operations of the city. So for instance, many of these were reclassifying different types of investment activity, and so that is about $83.1 million. It's not uncommon for cities to not post those types of entries all throughout the year, but rather for them to just get posted at year end when it comes time to present your ACFR. Next, we have about $3.6 million, or 10 of the 39 entries were related to your pension and OPEB liabilities. So what happens here is each year, in order to determine the pension and OPEB liabilities that the city is liable for and required to report within your financial statements, you get an actuarial valuation to determine those. So what frequently happens, and what happened in this case, is in order to try to have timely financial reporting, you need to provide the trial balance to the auditors sooner than those actuarial valuations are ready. So what happens is the auditors will begin their procedures, and then as those actuarial valuations are prepared and available, the city can then determine the amount of the liabilities that they're subject to, and then those subsequently get posted, and so they flow in as an adjusting journal entry. Next down, the blue bar there, that's about $3.4 million of the journal entries, comprising 8 of the 39. These are accounts receivable true-up entries. So what happens here is, as the city bills monthly contracts, there's typically an accounts receivable amount comprising approximately 1/12 of the revenue at the end of the year. And then what happens is the city comes in and trues that up at the end of the year. So from an auditor perspective, what you want to make sure is that the differential between prior year accounts receivable and current year accounts receivable is not materially different, because if it is, then you would have a different picture throughout the year. And so we determined that it wasn't materially different. So those billings throughout the months are approximately similar in the 12th month, And so what happened here is, you'll notice I put all PBC, that means prepared by the city. So those AR true-up entries were provided by the city to the auditors in order for the financial reporting to be accurate. And then finally, we have SBITA, that's subscription-based information technology agreements. That's very similar to the lease standard that went through that was new in FY22. So this SBITA was new in FY23. So after the city had initially provided the trial balance, the remaining entries related to the SBITAs were provided subsequently. And that's not uncommon in the year when you have a new standard, because when you have these new standards, it takes a little bit of time to understand how it applies, what types of information you have to gather, and so forth and so on. So I'm happy to announce that in my opinion, these entries, although they are large in nature, they really don't indicate significant deficiencies in your internal control. I was very happy to see that, and so that's really a credit to the city and to your finance department. And so now on to the second portion of our consulting arrangement. We have the budget transfer analysis. So this is going to be for the 3 years ended September 30th, 2024. This affected all 31 budget amendments. Over 1,900 line items within your general ledger were affected by these 31 budget amendments. And within those 1,900 line items, it comprised about $404 million. So after a careful analysis of what those items entailed, we did identify certain opportunities for improvement within the city, and I'm going to go ahead and walk through those now at this time. So one of the things that we noticed that was causing some frustration amongst the department heads was that purchase orders would roll over, but then the associated encumbrance would not roll over. So when folks within departments would try to go into the system and purchase things that were previously approved, they received an error message indicating that funds weren't there. And we identified that that was because the encumbrance did not roll over. So in order to fix that, we would recommend 2 pretty simple processes. The first of which is to develop a policy to review those PO rollovers, so that once they roll, we would go into the system, or not we, but the city would go into the system and check to ensure that there's an associated encumbrance with every PO to stop that disruption from occurring. Secondly, the transparency and financial reporting to the department heads throughout the year. So we've worked with Mr. Dakwitz on these recommendations. He's in concurrence with them, and a best practice would really be to provide budget to actual P&Ls to the department heads, with the idea being that they are responsible for that budgetary performance. So if they don't see that all throughout the year, there's really no way to hold them accountable for their budgetary performance. So they're going to be receiving profit and loss statements compared to the budget each quarter to start, and then possibly more frequently as time goes on. So another opportunity for improvement that we identified would be timely and accurate expense allocation. So one of the items that we noted was that certain expenses related to health insurance were not being allocated timely. So in one instance, there was a 3-year period. I believe it was fiscal years 19, 20, and 2021. So that 3-year period of time, all of the overages of those health insurance expenses were being liquidated or paid for by the general fund during those years. And then in fiscal year 2023, the 3 years worth of overages were all at once allocated to their appropriate funds. So we evaluated the allocation methodology that the city did use in order to make that true up calculation in 2023, and we agreed with the allocation. The opportunity for improvement here is that needs to be done timely each year so that it can be budgeted for, so that the department heads are able to plan for that, and that they can be held accountable for those expenses against their budget. So that's really just what we recommend, that there's a procedure adopted to accurately and timely allocate costs to the proper fund. The third opportunity for improvement is a usage of funds across departments. So one thing I would like to preface this with is that this appears to be an isolated incident. We only encountered this situation one time, but it is important, so we did want to bring it to your attention. There needs to be more clarity amongst the department heads about which funds they are actually allowed to use. And furthermore, if funds are budgeted for a specific department, there needs to be a mechanism in place whereby another department head can't encumber the funds from a different department, because again, it's very important for department heads to be held accountable to their specific budgets. So in this particular instance, we noted a situation where funds were allocated, but another department head was able to actually go in and encumber some of those funds unknowingly, that it didn't belong to them. So again, this did appear to be an isolated incident, but we have discussed with city personnel, and they're committed to finding a solution for this pursuant to these recommendations. Lastly, the final opportunity for improvement. So as I said before, part of this analysis was to evaluate 1,900 different line items of activity, which what those line items were was all the accounts identified in the budgetary amendments that you all approved. And then what happens is the city personnel code that into the software in order to identify that those budgets actually get put in the right account in the right place and things of that nature. So we identified a couple of instances where in the budgetary amendments that were put forth, the account numbers were very close to account numbers that existed, but but those account numbers actually didn't exist. It appeared to be a clerical error. So what ensued was the accounting personnel had to determine which account was intended to be budgeted. They were able to do that based on descriptions, but it wasn't quite as concise as an actual account number. So what we would recommend is just that there be either a review of account numbers included in the amendment prior to approval, or in the event that any changes have to get made from what was formally approved by the commission, that the commission be notified timely of that. So that concludes our assessment or our report of the assessment, but I'd love to take any questions that you all might have at this time.
Commissioner Gasol?
You can start at the other end. Okay, because I asked for this report, and based on serious concerns, and I find it, I want to use a term that's not impolite, but it's a little offensive in a sense, because some of your findings, like your, I believe it's finding number 1, where you talk about rollovers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What you failed to include, and this is where the residents deserve transparency, and they're not getting it because there was purposefully money that was encumbered, not rolled over, so that our finances looked better than they were, because we were going out for loans. Financial institutions would be looking at us. That is a very different thing than, oopsie, we forgot to roll it over because we don't have a policy. And that's more or less what your report is saying. If only you had a policy that said your encumbered money has to roll over, maybe it would have been rolled over. And I think the law basically states that items that you're budgeting for that are encumbered have to be rolled over. So I want to make a note that while from your perspective, because you're only working on the information you're provided, this was purposeful. This was not accidental. And that's a very different look from my perspective. And you don't have to comment, it's okay. The second item was the health insurance, in the various funds where the money was basically processed as an amendment through the voting in of the budget, which I thought if you have a large amount of money moving from a restricted fund into the general fund to pay bills that are 3 years prior, a budget amendment should be done so that the residents see what transpired. It shouldn't have been done as a line item in a budget. And that's just my feeling on that as again, looking at transparency of the process. There was the one item, which was that $250,000 of ghost money that was meant for a fire truck, but ended up being utilized by somebody else. And I understand that explanation, because if it's not specifically allocated, then anybody who has access to that account can just pull it. But there again, who's responsible for all of these mistakes? Because these are, in some instances, mistakes. And with that first item, Mr. Moore, that was purposeful. And these things need to be addressed. That's not transparent. It's not appropriate. And the last item that you have, so we are given budget amendments, which we approve, which are legal documents with inaccurate numbers, account numbers on them by the department, that then is later saying, well, we really didn't know where the money went, so we opted to put it here or there. Now, that can look like a mistake, or that can look purposeful when you take it all together. There is no reason why the finance department should provide us a budget amendment, a document that we approve in this commission that has inaccurate accounts, and then later make their own determinations about where that money goes. I do thank you for your report, because with the information you have, I think you provided a thoughtful report. But I think the situation, I'm not excited about this report. We're not being transparent for our residents, and the policies need to change. And I think with our new finance director, I am hopeful that they will, and we will not see this kind of stuff in the future. But while I have you here, you made a note to say that you only looked at very small aspect of our department. Do you think further review is necessary?
Well, we looked at all of the 1,900 line items that were affected by all of the budgetary amendments during that 3-year period.
Okay.
Many of the errors that we found were from years ago in dealing with...
In the last 3 years?
Yes.
Because that was the time frame in which you were reviewing.
Right. Right, yes. So
yes.
With the current personnel that I've worked with, frankly, I have a lot of comfort in Mr. Dackwood.
I do
think
too.
He's very competent, and in dealing with him, we deal with a lot of municipal clients, and I frankly can't always say that.
Mm-hmm.
So I am confident in that this is, with these recommendations being implemented, I do feel comfortable with your books and records. One thing that I did gain a lot of comfort over was when I reviewed the prior year adjusting journal entries, because Vice Mayor Cassell, when you expressed concern about those at the
Right.
meeting, you had absolutely every right to be concerned about that, because those numbers are really large.
$84 million or some such.
Yeah, absolutely. So I frankly was very pleasantly surprised when I dug into all of those journal entries, and I learned that they can sound a little bit scarier than they actually are, because of the nature of the reclassifications, and that should have been explained in better detail to all of you previously, but it wasn't. So I'm glad that we were able to shine a little bit of light on that. So that's kind of what my commentary is on that.
Thank you for your time and your report.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes. I just want to thank you for your assessment and for your report. I've read the report, and thank you for the recommendations. And I'm very confident that moving forward with our new director, we will have these things in place and have a better report. So thank you again. No other questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marford.
Yep. I also want to say thank you for the report. And Henry, I just would ask you a question. If we adopt all these recommendations, will that ensure that stuff like this doesn't happen in the future?
Yes, the recommendations are targeted to these specific items. But there's an overview that's even larger
Okay,
that I'm bringing to the table that I've discussed with City Manager Moore.
okay,
Number one, throughout all, and again, this is all new to me, so I was learning about it with Citron. What seemed pervasive throughout all of the problems was a lack of communication
okay.
and a lack of proactive communication. So the point is, if we're going to do something, speak to the department affected. If there's an issue with a budget amendment and there's a typo, so we picked another account, I've worked through dozens, if not hundreds, of budget amendments, and there are sometimes errors. And when the commissioners read it, they say, so noted, account designated, because it's just tedious and it's an accounting system. In order to make sure that every proposal that goes for a budget amendment is absolutely precise, takes time. And one of the things with the turnover of personnel is that we didn't have enough resources, so that was maybe a lesser issue. I personally don't feel we should be making budget amendments every month. I've seen it where it's made once, interim, for the rollovers. Everything else becomes a positive or negative variance to the budget, okay? It creates a lot of work, shuffling of paper, shuffling of money, and I'm not sure it adds any value. So that would take away some of the point, okay? So the reality is, from an accountant's point of view, as Citron explained, many of those accounting entries were prepared by us, PBC, prepared by the client, and the accountants put it in as they were auditing, but we did it. There was accuracy throughout. So I feel pretty confident with the team I have. There's another issue with the computer system. The computer system is about to not be supported, and we're in the process of upgrading to a robust system that's probably number one in government that has over 5,000 clients. I've worked with it for 5 years in Connecticut. So consequently, I know that that system has more robustness, maybe more controls to avoid errors, and I feel once we migrate to that system with the proper debugging and training, that will also improve. So it's a whole bunch of things. It's also an attitude about communications, to being upfront, transparent. Here's what's going on. Here's what we're doing to correct it. If you have a different point of view, let us know, and let's work out a solution. So I think it's a totality.
Yeah, that's great. That gives me a lot of comfort. Thank you.
You're welcome.
First of all, thank you for all the hard work you did. You did point out made some very good recommendations of what we should be doing going forward. The rollovers is just one of it. I understand there was just little glitches there with the accounting, but as a former banker, if we had the wrong account number, sometimes that money could end up in China.
Right.
Fortunately, it wasn't in this case, and fortunately our staff was smart enough to figure out where the money was supposed to be spent, because apparently there was no issue that it wasn't spent properly, but it was allocated wrong. And it just, for the general public, it's always nice to make sure that the account to which funds are being credited is actually the correct one, and we shouldn't be leaving it up to staff. So I understand the issues, I understand we're going to correct that, and that'll be great going forward. I have every confidence in you and your ability and what the team that you've assembled in your office to make sure that these issues are resolved going forward. And I'm much more comfortable now with the way our financials are, with you looking at them the way you're looking at them. And by the way, I agree with you on the budget amendments. I think, whether once a year is enough, but maybe certainly every month is maybe too much. So, but anyway, thank you so very much for all your time.
Thank you, gentlemen. So as far as the recommendations, that's an administrative function. So the Office of the City Manager, working collaboratively with Chief Financial Officer Henry Dakowitz, will be executing that. And frankly, more details relative to the portion of the agenda where we're going for the March 18th initial budget workshop 1 week from today will highlight and underscore what our practices are anticipated to be, so that it will be as solid and tight as possible. So, gentlemen from Citron and Cooperman, thank you all very much. And Mr. Dakowitz, much work to do, but a tremendous path forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
At this time, I'd like to revisit Kevin Giordano and Associates, Bernard Pita. I believe the technical difficulty we experienced a little while ago has been corrected. Likewise, we are able to upload the presentation so that everybody can follow along. So To summarize briefly, we offered a brief update during the February 4th, 2025 City Commission meeting in terms of progress to date, and that has resulted in what we committed for today, March 11, 2025, a final report and recommendations to be implemented administratively. This is an update for the City Commission to outline and underscore what that looks like. Likewise, this is anticipated to be the final presentation from Mr. Bernard Peter of Calvin Giordano and Associates. Mr. Peter, and again, accompanied by recently appointed Director of Neighborhood and Community Services, Jerry Pryor, who has integrated herself accordingly. Mr. Peter, if you would, please.
Good evening again.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you. So I'm excited. I really appreciate you considering me. It's an honor actually to perform something like this here because I'm very passionate about code enforcement. I've been doing this for about 30 years. And what I found interesting in Deerfield Beach is, the team being very receptive and the stakeholders being receptive and carving out time for me to do these interviews and everything. So the final report's already completed, and this presentation is going to be the overview of the final report. These are some of the things that I observed. What I did was I dug into the processes and ordinances and different processes within the code division and made some recommendations with the intent that the things that I am recommending is going to bring Delray Beach code enforcement to the next level. And I just wanted to say that right off the bat, seeing how the structure of code enforcement is here in Delray Beach is outstanding. It's a great foundation. It's got different, what I call tentacles in different departments. They network and collaborate with different departments and everything. I think that's commendable because that's sustainable for code enforcement. I have experience in bigger cities where they do that. So every client that I work with doing code, I try to do the same thing, get code enforcement utilized in different departments. So on that note, the first slide is going to be you're going to run that? Okay. Thank you.
If you want.
Yeah. Sometimes I get yeah, so. All right, so the first one is about the code enforcement process. So what I observed was chapter 162 and municipal code 37. Everything's in alignment there. There is something in chapter 37, which I think was excellent, is having a code compliance policy and procedures manual, which outlines guidelines on how to perform code enforcement administratively and functionally. The other thing I found was that the city attorney's role is the authority for these proceedings, which are quasi-judicial. And also it shows that the notice of violation is given time to comply first 15 days and 30 days after for additional time needed in a code case. And then the last thing I saw that there was a citation that's available to the Code Compliance Division and the inspector. So one of the recommendations I had was to right off the bat, there is a operating guidelines manual, and the recommendation I have to be consistent with chapter 37 is to rename that as it's stated in that ordinance to Code Compliance Policies and Procedures Manual, just for continuity. Another thing I saw within the process, there's a lot of process about notice and everything, but there was one thing that I felt was a gap where every time, with the trends now, where properties get sold, there's different owners, investors coming in, there was no recommendation about checking the property appraisals each step, just in case ownership changed within that case, so that way the case could be sent proper notice according to 162 and chapter 37. Another recommendation was to live stream. So I went on YouTube and I saw that everything in Delray Beach is live stream, and it's an educational thing. Like I watched the CRA when Mr. Orris was doing a presentation, and it seemed like a lot of outreach and transparency, and it's a good education thing, and I think that would be a recommendation to do that. I did that in a county that I worked with in Central Florida, and it was very successful. Then the next recommendation, which is for fairness, is issue notice of violation, notice of hearing simultaneously. So basically you issue the notice of violation, you're giving 30 days or whatever the Delray Beach seems appropriate, but with that notice you get the notice of hearing that already has a date for a special magistrate, so that way the next step will be a magistrate if the property come into compliance according to the dates given in the notice of violation. I know Chapter 162 talks about giving 30 days for the respondent to receive the notice, sign the green card and everything like that, so that could be a good guide. One of the things that does, it allows the respondent or the violator to come to a magistrate to ask for time instead of calling an inspector, and then the code inspector can give them whatever time, and sometimes that could drag out the case longer than what it needs. But if you have a magistrate going by the facts of the case and allowing more time based on whatever the severity of the violation is, that's gonna kind of take away the negative perspective about code doing selective enforcement, because now it's in a magistrate hearing process. So I thought that was good. And also using the citation, being that there is a citation program, to utilize it for egregious violations or these repetitive violations that sometimes happen. I used the citation program to address bulk trash out on the wrong day for people that kept on doing it over and over again, and that was really helpful for the city that I serviced that time. The next slide I have is, there's several slides, but there's different topics through each. So code enforcement officer leadership. So my observations, there's a collaborative structure, which I explained before. So you have development services that collaborates with code, planning and zoning, public works, business, tax receipt, sanitation, CRA, housing and development, the downtown district. I think that's excellent. It emphasizes commitment to public service, supports future growth, and also it gives the opportunity to better serve the community and stakeholders. So some of the recommendations I had on that collaboration was to expand the collaboration using code in these different departments where there's a gap right now. So one example I have here was the building department. They're the ones that are responsible, and they have the authority for enforcing anything Florida building code, right? And there's a Florida statute that regulates that they're the only ones that can enforce it. The BO's in charge of the building official is in charge of that. It's Chapter 553. So I suggested signing one or two building inspectors to code, because I know code deals with a lot of the work without permits, with building safety violations, and also there's properties that probably need demo, and they're the experts and the professionals that can enforce anything Florida building code, and they can address that also through the hearing process, and that would give make them the subject matter expert in the code part of it with the building department. So the next thing was the business tax receipt. Speaking with some of the stakeholders, they agreed with some of these recommendations that I thought, because I used the experience that I have, and I know Ms. Pryor has experience with Fort Lauderdale. It's 184,000 people, and she had this collaborative relationships within these departments, and it works well. And I've worked in other places, in Pompano, we had 5 or plus building inspectors assigned to us, and we had a BTR department that had 5 people doing BTR inspections, and they would address their own code cases, and that was very effective. So the other thing, speaking with some of the stakeholders, is maybe assign code inspector to public works, so that way they can become the subject matter expert in the things that they need enforced. One thing is the storm drain. There's a certification you could go to, take, and that tells you exactly everything you need to know about enforcing a lot of the illicit discharges that happen. Also, the person that can be dedicated to public works can also do the training, the turtle lighting enforcement, because I know there's certain permits that was shared with me that are for dunes, to trim dunes, etc. And that person being the subject matter expert would be very effective in the code department in order to help out with that. And then communications between the stakeholders and public works, and the things that I suggested enhances just the consistency. And also the person that's usually in the area, they are subject matter experts like public works and about storm drains and everything, and can collaborate with the code inspector to make that correct and accurate when they're citing. The next slide is the observation on leadership in the code division. So there's an administrator and a supervisor that's in a role that leads the team, leads the division. Code enforcement leaders right now have level 1, fundamentals of code enforcement, face, and usually it's one of these certifications that give you the basics, right? The ones that they have. And then the second thing is that I observed was the fiscal priorities. It was clear on everything else, some of the goals and everything. I like the way it was structured. The only question I had was the Code University, because it seems like the resigning theme was training and consistency on the training. So some of our recommendations was to set goals, development goals for leadership to strive towards level 4, which is 4 levels that they offer, but the most important is the code enforcement professional. It's a legal paper that you do that's has something to do with code and legal matters. The second is FACE certification in government. There's a class that Florida Association of Code Enforcement offers where it teaches you about how to be a supervisor within the government structure, and how to, it gives you a lot of skills and credibility when you take those classes. Goals and priorities should be purposeful and actionable. Maybe need to develop a little more clear training goals and development for all the staff. So that way it's in alignment with the community, you all, and also the stakeholders. So that way that can be a collaborative goal setting thing. Add timelines for expected outcomes. It looks like there's some areas that for achievement, but there's no defined outlines or outcomes for that, or timelines to do it, like 60 days or whatever. Feedback from team members and stakeholders, I think it'll be effective. And some of the areas of opportunity that I keep on seeing as the theme is the training opportunity within the code department throughout the whole division. The next slide is performance measures. What I noticed is there was a performance measures in a matrix that actually had everybody with the same amount, 1,155 cases per year, or an 11-month period. And then after that, there was the way it was conducted was individuals being compared for that. There was no benchmarking that I saw. There was nothing indicating that Florida Benchmark Consortium or ICMA was used. There are areas that are different. The demographics are different in certain areas. There was a lack of input from the code enforcement division or the code inspectors to see what that looks like. A lot of the experiences that the code inspectors have, like their strengths and weaknesses, weren't taken into account. It was almost like a quota. It appeared to be a quota when I looked at it right off the bat. So some of the recommendations that I did was goals and priorities aligned with the residents, like I spoke to before, stakeholders, officials, city management, and business partners. Also, if there's strategic planning that happens during budget season, that's shared with the entire code division, so that way they can have some input to make that happen. Comparable data, I already spoke about that. There are several resources. There's Florida Benchmark Consortium I used to use all the time, and ICMA, which is a standard. And the only thing to take into account, there's a lot of variables, but it's a good gauge. And there's also, you could do studies with surrounding municipalities to see exactly what they do or what they deem being successful and all. The next slide is, mouse. There we go. So I was handed a large training manual, and it was that thick, and I started going through it, and it had a 4-week breakdown of training. The manual is a good template to start with. There was a lot of gaps there, but one of the things that I saw, there was a review at the end of the month with the supervisor to go over what happened that week and everything. So basically, some of my recommendations is to create an evaluation worksheet. In law enforcement, we used to have our field training officer fill out, an evaluation sheet every week, so that way you can see it, talk about it, and then implement adjustments to your training. So I think that would be a good suggestion, so that way it's something that's visual. Field training officers, I think it should be custom fit to the person that you're training, and it should continue also. Like there should be training after, like mentoring and coaching throughout the process. When I train a new code inspector, usually I assign a mentor to them until we feel comfortable and confident that they don't need any training or they need any skill set and everything. One thing that resounding theme on some of the stakeholders that I talked about was the customer service aspect. There was a perception that it was very authoritarian, and basically the skill set and the communication was lacking in some services. So basically, I suggested doing a customer service portion for the code inspector, so that way they can better serve. Part of that customer service is the knowledge base on your job and the certain unique assignment that you have, and I think that'll enhance the relationship between the community, residents, and everything, and the code division. Training, there's approved sites, approved landscape plans and everything. If the code inspectors have training that kind of fits to that unique service area that they're doing, like in the downtown district area, there's outdoor seating, you have storm drain issues that are happening there, and if the code inspectors were taught how to read landscape plans and irrigation plans or lighting plans that'll be necessary for them to perform their job role, it won't be a perception that the code inspectors picking on them that don't know what they're doing, and I think that'll be an enhancement. And then another thing I suggested on that slide was also cross-training. A lot of times you might have to reorganize your code division, and cross-training is very helpful. It helps in the development part of it, and it familiarizes other code inspectors on what they can possibly do if they want to switch roles and everything. So, it went back, that's weird. Okay, this slide here is the code enforcement administration portion of it. So what I saw was the AS400. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a green screen. It kind of reminds me of the Commodore 64 computer I had. Now I'm probably dating myself with the 5.5 floppy disk and everything. I used this back in 2007, right? And I kind of got, I couldn't believe it that it was still around, actually. So the last time I used it was in 2011 or something, and then a company bought them out. But this system is outdated. It's got a lot of gaps in it. There's so a lot of ordinances were entered, and there's not a way you can do like an audit to make sure that those ordinances match whatever's in Unicode and what was approved by you all. So there's a lot of inconsistencies when cases are started. A lot of the code inspectors are relying on that being correct, and there hasn't been like an audit in that system for years. But the good thing about it is there is a new system coming online. And I think that's great. I heard it's Tyler system, and they have a lot of things. They're really good. I've heard a lot of good things about it. I worked with a client that actually used it, and they say nothing but commendable things about that. So this will help out with the inaccuracies, the disconnect with the current ordinances and everything. It's going to impact the stakeholders in a positive manner, and also the community and the residents and all. So that way there won't be any perceptions and all that. So, excuse me. So one thing that I like, there is a lot of collaboration happening with this new software, so everybody has input in order to make this better for the city. So the next slide is, oh, thank you. 7 shot espresso before this. So, okay, the next one is a code administrator anonymous complaints. So a few years ago, they had a House Bill 60 where the code enforcement could not take any more anonymous complaints. They had to document the person's name, the address, and everything. So chapter 162, it's in two places actually, part 1 and part 2 and 162. So that's to help out with transparency. That way a lot of people can kind of see who did the complaints and everything. So that function there and how it is here is the public records request to know who the complainant was. And basically that was implemented in 2003, it looks like, though. In 2023, I'm sorry, the city, I found a complaint form, which was good that they had that, so that way they can place this information required by 162 here. So just my recommendation is there's nothing prohibiting in chapter 162 from adding the complaint information to notices, because I know there was a question about that. But that's up to what the city of Deerfield, of Delray Beach decides to do, but I think this complaint form is excellent. I know the code inspectors do add that to the complaint when they do receive something because it's required by law, and I saw that consistently. Mitigation of fines is a relief process. There is a process in place that's supported by 162. There is a application that can be submitted. What I did was I recommended two cities. One is Deerfield Beach and City of Coral Springs. They do charge an application fee for that. They usually strictly keep that for people that are having hardships. And then they are able to supply different supporting documents in order to ask for a relief. The next slide is the stipulated agreement. There is a process in place. There's also, this is mostly for cases that where somebody has like a closing and they want to comply quickly. They can actually do a stipulated agreement. I'll have that read into the record at the special magistrate. If they don't comply, everything reverts back to the original fines and everything. So that's a good tool. The next slide is tiered violation. There is a tiered violation according to Chapter 37. There's 170 codes that can be part of the code citation. There's a tiered schedule, but it only takes into account if they come in contested or not. There's like an administrative fee attached to that, so I did add in the supporting document a recommendation to kind of mimic whatever Palmetto Bay does. There's like where you do the first offense, second offense, third offense, and I know the civil citation also copies that, so that way it becomes more punitive. All right, process for repeat offender. There is a process for that. The only recommendation I had is somebody plays the game, which I call it, where they have X amount of days to comply. Prior to the hearing, they comply, and then the next day they do the same thing. They bring the car back or do that. Now you can bring it, I recommended bringing it to the hearing and getting a final order for finding a fact on that. I think that's gonna be a helpful tool to discourage the people that play games. So this one here, the next slide is Special Magistrate and Code Enforcement Board. One of the recommendations I had, you have board members and Chapter 37 supports it, but there's also, in my experience, a code special magistrate is a professional, subject matter professional, and the only thing I can think of is if you had Miss Gellin, somebody like Miss Gellin, in that role. They're professionals. They're subject matter experts. They're municipal attorneys, and it actually makes the process flow. We do about 200 to 600 cases every month in Deerfield Beach. Pompano does the same. Weston does a lot of cases, and they use a magistrate. And the good thing about it is a lot of these magistrates hear the cases right off the bat, so they're able to know the familiarity of the case, and they probably know the ordinances better. In conclusion, I didn't find any malfeasance. I know we're pressured for time. There you go. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Luckily, I don't wake up to that sound. But in conclusion, I didn't find any malfeasance. I think I found a lot of opportunity for improvements. There's been a lot of turnover in the code department. I think a lot of the continuity has gone away and the accuracies and everything. But I know, and I'm confident with Ms. Pryor being in this position based on her experience and similar mindset. This is going to be a really successful where Delray Beach Code Division might be the ones that others will study as best practices. So, and I thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, and a very thorough report. A lot of good recommendations. I think it certainly addresses what's been my concern about whether people feel that there's equal application, so to speak, of the provisions, and you've given us a lot to think about here. Any comments from the Commissioner? Commissioner Casal?
No, I have comments.
Commissioner Burns?
I
Oh, you
said
do have
I
a comment?
Oh, I do. First, I would say thank you, because your last report, you took all the things that I asked you to incorporate, and you did. And for that, I have very much appreciate you. And I agree with you. Ms. Pryor is new. You were brought on board, in fact, prior to us bringing her. Yeah, prior to us bringing Ms. Pryor on board, because we wanted you to clean this up so that she could come in and have a wholesome department to work with. But I would say to you, I take exception to some of the things you put in your report. The statute, I believe it's 162, You said we are in compliance. We have not been in compliance with that statute on and off for a very long time. In fact, we've been threatened to be sued for failing to comply with that statute. So when your report says we're in compliance, that's not accurate. And I don't know where you made that determination, but once again, you're working off the information provided to you.
Can I just make a point of order?
Please.
Yes.
I know what the vice mayor is trying to say, but no cases have ever been prosecuted that somebody from my department
No,
did not feel
I
were
agree.
legally sufficient. And I do
Yes.
think the record needs to be clear because those cases are
Right.
under code enforcement and they are in compliance with Florida statute. If we determine that they were not in compliance,
You got rid of the cases.
they were dismissed.
Exactly.
So I just want to make that
No,
clear because
it's-
we are in compliance with the cases that we
100%. I'm
prosecute.
sorry if I wasn't clear on that. But the problem is we did have to discharge legitimate cases for that reason, because we were threatened. And second, I would be curious about why your job, your scope of work was to help us with our process and procedure. Why did you open your conclusion with the line, in conclusion, no malfeasance has been identified? Why did you put that in there?
So basically, based on the experience that the code department had with whatever happened with downtown, I didn't find anything in the process that was illegal
Right,
or
but
purposely being broken.
by malfeasance, we would say wrongful or illegal act
Right.
involving or affecting the performance of one's duty. Were you not made aware that the assistant director had a report finding against her by a preponderance of the evidence? It was found that that individual intentionally failed to disclose her ownership interest in a property, that she utilized her own position and the city resources to facilitate research on the property and to remove a lien in excess of $10,000. That individual essentially co-opted $10,000 of the taxpayer's interest in a property. How could you argue that's not malfeasance?
Well, that was outside the scope of what I was looking at. I was just looking
And
at
there
the
you have it.
process.
Thank you so much, because you just provided me exactly what I've been arguing up here for a long time. The scope of services is provided to individuals, and they're not getting all the information. Citron Cooperman had no idea that the finance director and in the city did not roll over that money to make it look like we had almost $1 million more in our reserves than we had. They didn't have that information when they wrote the report. This gentleman does not have that information. His own credibility is on the line because he put there's no malfeasance, and there's clearly malfeasance. And he signed his name to that document because he wasn't provided all of the information. And this is my biggest problem in this city. Whether we're sitting up here or whether we're emailing or whether we're talking, if we are not getting all the information, we cannot make good decisions. And that goes the same for the people that are working for us. You know, we are to ensure quality management, effective controls, sound regulations, and efficient operations. How does one do that without all the information or inaccurate information? Thank you for your time. And again, thank you for that revision on your report. It was very thorough. And I apologize to you that you didn't get all the information. If I were you, I would revise your report because your name is on it. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
I don't have any questions. I'll reserve my questions to talk to Ms. Pryor in private about some of the recommendations. But I will say that I am looking forward to this next level of service for our code division that you mentioned, and also for a streamlined procedures and policies that apply to everybody equally, and that we don't have selective enforcement, and that our code officers receive the training that's necessary so that when they're out in the field and they're asked questions, they're issuing code violations, but can't answer questions about why it's wrong or why it's right. So looking forward to having some more conversations with you in private. Thank you.
Commissioner Marker.
Yep. Question, I'm over my skis with code. That's not part of my corporate background, sorry. But training was very central to everything that you guys were talking about going forward. Is there off-the-shelf training available that we can buy, that it be video-based or hard copy-based, or because it just seems like this has got to be the same in every municipality. There's got to be a core group of principles that are identical.
It absolutely is. And that's what I've encouraged staff to do, because when someone tells me that they couldn't make it to a training, I say you can go on the internet and get trained.
Amen.
And it doesn't cost us anything.
Right.
And as Mr. Peta mentioned, through the ICMA, through benchmarking, through networking with other agencies on what they do, reading their code, how can we apply it? So yes, to answer your question, absolutely. There's 100% training online that's free.
Yeah,
So,
and that's what we should be doing. So I applaud you for doing that. That's great. Let's take advantage of what's already out there.
And the FEMA website. The FEMA website also has training that's accredited through Florida Association of Code Enforcement. It
beautiful.
gets CEHs, and it's got a wide variety of training available.
And
for
we've
that
got
code
access to
inspector.
that?
Absolutely, it's
Wonderful.
free. Yep, you create an account, and there
Love
you
it.
go.
And then to step a little further to your question, I've worked with the other department heads that's been mentioned, the development services, public works, in those specific areas to do training with us as a cross training with the other departments. And so that door is open, and we've already started that process.
That's fantastic. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Again, thank you very much. I do think that a lot of these recommendations, I mean, they're going to be, I agree with Commissioner Burns, there's a lot of them that I'd like to work through in my head as to whether we should or should not be doing it. The least of which is, whether we want the complainant's name actually on what's being served. I think I'd rather have that, they can call in and access it when they're when the cooler heads, but when you first get your thing, you're a little less cool. But I mean, I think that generally speaking, the recommendations of how to improve the department are well taken, and it's certainly the portion of getting everybody increased training and increased certifications and things like that, and bringing in the other experts from the building department and the planning and zoning department to assist in identifying some of those issues, especially as it relates to some of the drainage. I think that's excellent. So I appreciate very much your taking the time to come in tonight and give us your report. And Ms. Pryor, you've got a big roadmap here to try to
It's a great roadmap. It
put it
gives
together.
me-
But I have every confidence that you're going to give us the department that we all are going to. I don't want to know and love it because I don't want to know it. But I'm just saying, for everybody else, we're going to have a very customer friendly. You saw that word up there.
Yes.
We are in the customer friendly, the consumer business
That's
here.
right.
So that was very important. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item is Sam Mitat is approaching the table. Discussion and requested permission to submit a bid for the 2025 Davis Cup qualifying event, which we have done before.
Yes, good evening. Mayor, Commissioner, Sam Mitat, Parks and Recreation Director. As you just announced, that's a good introduction. This is an item where we've been approached with an opportunity to bid on the Davis Cup. Davis Cup will be in September this year. The USA is part of that team package that would be here, the USA team. If you, let me see, I apologize. For those that don't know, it's an annual men's tournament for tennis featuring over 150 countries. This is the 113th edition of the Davis Cup. It's got a lot of history, and it's one of the most prestigious international tennis team competitions in the world. And the USA, very proud of that they lead all nations with 32 titles, and the last one coming in 2007. So I can update everybody a little bit since we submitted this, but the Palm Beach County Sports Commission has already approved their half of this funding. So what we are looking for is something very similar to 2023 when we hosted the Billie Jean King Cup, which is the women's version of this event. So we are looking at the opportunity to submit a bid that would include $75,000 of funding from the Palm Beach County Sports Commission, the city's financial contribution of $75,000, and then an additional what we kind of refer to as in-kind services. This is the City of Delray Beach facilities related and out-of-pocket expenses. But these are waivers of rental fees and so forth that would involve using the tennis stadium for the duration of that event in September. I listed them all out, but it's the stadium, the tennis office, the locker rooms, hospitality, power and lighting, parking, restrooms, of course, the police and fire security, Parks and Recreation staff, and some other miscellaneous items. again, not all of that is hard costs. Some of that is waived. A lot of that is waived fees and so forth. Collectively, we look at this as a $490,000 financial commitment from the Palm Beach County Sports Commission as well as the City of Delray Beach. Some additional information, like I said, they've approved their portion. In our Parks and Recreation budget, we do have some funding available to offset that $75,000 portion. And I just think it's an important thing that we get a lot of community support for this event. The community really seems to enjoy this event. And most notably, different from 2023, we don't have the Delray Affair that same weekend. I'm happy that we're not going to double up on those two large-scale events, although we made it work. It was a very busy weekend in town. Right now on that weekend, we don't have any major events scheduled. So I think it's a good opportunity for us, but again, I present you with the opportunity to submit a bid, and that doesn't guarantee that we win, but I know there's not many better places in September than Delray Beach to host a tennis tournament.
Thank you. I understand the using of the courts for nothing and this for nothing and that for nothing, but I noticed security, police. I mean, so we are going to have some hard costs.
Yep.
Do you have an estimate on what those actual hard costs are in addition to the money we put up?
That's built in. If I go back, that's built into that $340,000 portion. So
No, I know, but much of that 340 doesn't cost us a dime. I'm trying to figure out how much of that 340 because we will be out of pocket certain amounts of money in addition to the 75. I'm just trying to figure out what that number
the
is.
security portion in 2023 was about 45.
Okay.
So
That included police and fire?
that does not include the police and fire staffing. That was just our bill for the security officers,
Okay.
like the security guards.
So we're going to deploy police and fire, and we're going to deploy people from your staff that will be paid for.
Working that event, correct.
Yeah. So do you have an estimate on what you think that number is?
I don't have that estimate for me, but it's something I can provide, because what happens is when we submit this bid, should we win it, we build out a cost estimate for that, and then you as a commission will bring it back to you for approval to say yes, you want to do that at that time, and I'll have those details built out for that event at that time.
Okay. 'Cause, yeah, I'm just saying, in-kind contributions are one thing, out-of-pocket costs are another.
Absolutely.
And so I'm just trying to get some idea. But anyway, Commissioner Casal?
Well, you know, I support this event. And what I do know about this kind of event, and it's similar to the tennis, people will travel from all over to come for the event. So there are benefits to the city with respect to that. But I support this. And not just because I love tennis, but I just think it's a great event for the city. But I do love tennis. Full disclosure.
I knew where you were going with it before I asked you, so I just
I've been
full
dying for
transparency.
this. The women's is great fun, but the men's is super duper fun, and you will get amazing players, really. So I think we're super fortunate to be considered. Honestly, it's really an honor. I support this.
Commissioner Burns.
I'm learning that it's an honor, so.
Yeah, it is.
Well, there you go.
Yes, Ms. Odom, I'm learning.
Yes, it's the men's, but yes, you're right, Miss Odom.
I have a comment from Ms. Odom.
Uh-oh.
But go ahead.
Sam, can we get an NBA game? That would be more built for my body type.
A pro-am, so we have somebody we can enter.
So just a quick question. Are there any revenue streams for us?
They're not direct revenue. It's what we would look at as the direct economic impact for your hotels, restaurants,
Right.
and businesses in the downtown.
And are we able to get any sponsorships at all from the hotels and the restaurants and all that? Is that
The tournament would take that, right? That would be part of the tournament package. That
Rats.
They would get the sponsorships on.
Do we get the parking fees anyway?
Well, I'm in favor of this. I think this is a great thing for our community, and it's another world-class event for our little town. So,
And if I may, part of that, you want to provide a package that might win the bid as well, right?
Yeah.
Because there are other cities that will be bidding on this.
how many other cities do you think?
It all depends, and
A lot.
I'm not sure they disclose that. But
Fair.
I expect if we bid, we're going to win. People love coming here.
as I said, it's a
Every
pretty
time
great
we have,
place
we've
to play
gotten it,
tennis in
so-
September.
We got Billie Jean King the same way. I knew when we did that we were going to get it. So, the parking, which we're providing, I guess, our lots and everything, are they going to be doing parking fees, or is that? I mean, for the other tennis tournament, we give our lots and they charge fees and we don't get anything, so,
Well, they do the valet, but I believe we still get our lots
okay.
on the other tournament.
Right, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to calculate what the out-of-pockets are. Well, the sense of, I would say goose egg's probably close to it, yeah, I would say that's probably good. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You've got your,
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. This is so exciting.
Don't screw this up, Sam.
we now have comments and inquiries on the agenda and non-agenda items. First comment, the city manager's response to inquiries and highlights.
I yield at this time. Thank you.
Yield at this time. Okay, from the public, this is now the portion of the meeting which is for public comment. Anyone wishing to comment, come to the, please sign in and then come to the podium and give the lectern and give your name and address. You will each have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is James Thomas, and I am a property manager here in Delray Beach. I was just floored, and I'm so happy to hear what I heard about what's happening with code, because I came to plead tonight with the commission and with its department heads to please understand that North and Southwestern Delray Beach, particularly on Atlantic Avenue, deals with culture. Denzel Washington said recently that if you don't know what a hot comb through a black hair on Sunday morning smells like, you really don't know our culture. So when you're thinking about doing things in our community, please consider the culture. Now, I'm here to plead for a young man that is going to be opening a restaurant at 404 West Atlantic Avenue in Delray Beach. His name is Anthony Barber. His family has Troy's restaurant as well. And we've had situations where we have to go through this, we have to go through that, or you can't have standing, or you can't have any outside music, or maybe you can't. Come on, hey, help. Last Wednesday, a week ago, we had on Atlantic Avenue for about 4 or 5 hours music that could be heard for 4 blocks, and no one said anything. And I know that everybody thinks they know our culture, but they don't know our culture. Let us be a part of this all-American city, because we are Americans. I think we are anyway. But I just live here. I'm really a kingdom citizen, but I love the fact that I'm here. So please, support us in our community. We're going to do our best. And I'm not saying do us a favor. We want to abide, but we also need your help. And we need to let Code know that they're here to serve. I know you guys get it. They don't. They just think it's a job. I haven't had a job since 1969 and will never have another. I work and I serve and I love Delray. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thank
Hi, Michael Muhoff, 622 Southeast 4th Avenue. I'd like to comment on some recommendations on the code. Over the past 3 years, I've dealt with lighting issues and finally got them settled, and I was told next time, repeat offender. So it started again, sent my pictures to code, and they agreed, but there's nothing they can do until they come out and see them. But then the problem is they have to get overtime, they have to do all these things. So my recommendation would be, could we maybe have night shifts for some employees because of the lighting all over the city? And my area is Osceola Park, and we have a lot of rentals, rehabilitation centers, and everyone now is buying the Home Depot lights that have 3 panels and sticking them on the sides of their garage. But code can't do anything. They can see it, but if it's not on in the day, you can't do anything. So that's one recommendation. And then listening to the presentation, I had another issue just recently with garbage collection, heavy pickup. For 2 weeks, I kept calling because they kept missing my green fronds. And they would say, I'd call on Saturday, they say, oh, we'll send somebody out. I'd call on Monday, said no one came out. They said, we'll get it this week. And I'd say, I don't want to be charged. And they said, not a problem. So it went through 2 weeks. On the third week, on a Thursday, they finally came. Great, not a big deal. But then I got my water bill, and I know it's only $11.50, but what could I do? I had phone verification, times, dates, people, video of it, so I knew what day it was. And then when I could finally get through the system, because it wasn't very clear, there was one person who handles it all. And he didn't know how to handle people very well, because he told me, I'm going to do you a favor and I'll let it go this time. And I was a little taken back by that when I told him. I said, well, it's been there for 3 weeks. I have verification. And he goes, no, we don't miss anything. I said, okay. Then I went to write him an email. Wrong email the city gave me, couldn't get through. And I wrote to the new director, very simple email, and the response was basically, you're not going to be charged $11.50. But the point of the email was, that's not how you treat people, and there's no, when you go through the system, it's not clear. You think you're doing what you're supposed to, and then it just should be updated to tell who the person is you should contact, not just a general number. And thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Kira Bossis from the Coda Townhouses. I'm here tonight in reference to diverting the traffic down our streets and cutting off the turn down Swinton, the right-hand turn. I want you to know that I'm a year-round resident, as all these people that have come this evening, they're here all the time. These aren't the people that come for the winter. I have almost 50 signatures in opposition of this. I'd like to submit that, if
Please
that's
give
okay
it to
with
the
you.
clerk. She'll make it part of the record.
Thank you. These are your constituents. We voted for you guys. We know that your intentions are good and that you want this town to do well, but we went to a presentation. We were told there was going to be further information given to us, further meetings. It hasn't happened. We feel as though the wool's being pulled over our eyes and that we're being swept away and that this is going to go through anyhow, and we're upset. We know how this is going to turn out. We know that we're going to have a backup of cars going down Atlantic. There's going to be a noise situation. Then we're going to have traffic coming down with the children's garden there, people walking their dogs. I don't know where the large plan is for this town. I'd like to see, or a thought of a parking lot west of Swinton, a free parking lot. We used to have a trolley and bring all the people down to town. You want to avoid, the congestion? There's an idea, but I don't see any secondary or third people coming in with ideas. Where are the ideas? I don't know where the workshop is. I don't know what's going on. We haven't been informed. CODA asked, we've written letters. We've asked for some information. We want to be included. We're partners with you. We're residents here, There were some very intelligent people at that first presentation. Bruce Leash, who is a landscape fellow, he's a planner, an architect, and he has also given me this letter. He had to leave. You've got some intelligent people who have some great ideas. He sent the renderings to, I believe, the commission, and just got a thank you very much answer. So please consider our scenario here, because we feel very strongly that it's going to be a terrible disruption. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
My name is Barry Feldman. I live at 100 West Coda Circle. I want to talk about a non-agenda item regarding traffic on Southwest 1st, Southwest 2nd Avenue.
If you live in a city, you know there's going to be traffic. And in an interesting way, traffic is a possible gauge for success and activity in commercial areas. But when cities believe that they need to do something to alleviate congestion caused by the success of that commercial area, sometimes they choose a decision that will channel traffic off of their main arterial roadways into residential neighborhoods. There are effects if that happens. One effect is on the motorist who might be waiting in a long queue to get to his or her favorite restaurant or parking area or store, might wait in a shorter queue. But there are other more serious effects in that residential neighborhood. Walking on the sidewalk, pushing a stroller, crossing at a crosswalk, driving in the neighborhood feels different. It's uncertain, it feels less safe. The extreme is that when people decide to relocate because their neighborhood is now changing. And that disinvestment is a serious issue when it occurs in a stable neighborhood. At some point, there is going to be a plan presented that will encourage eastbound Atlantic traffic to turn southbound onto Southwest 1st, Southwest 2nd Avenues, and to use those residential streets as essentially a bypass, a diversion off of Atlantic Avenue. And that is something, as you just heard the previous speaker talk about, there is growing concern in our neighborhood for those effects. Those effects are real, they're serious, and we are very, very concerned.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sandra Owens. I'm a resident here in Delray Beach, Florida. I am the owner of Plot D, Lot 707, Block Book 4, something 27 like that. I'm here because I've sat here all day and listened to planning and building and improvements and recommendations and transparency and egregious offensive. I was totally offended when I went to the graveyard to visit my mother and found out that my plot, there's somebody in my plot. My father's buried in Plot A. My mother's buried in Plot B. And I'm supposed to be, my father's in B, A, B, C, whatever, B, C, D, B, C, D. When I made contact with the city, Ms. K. Carr, she didn't say, oh, I apologize that it happened. She didn't tell me that. She says, oh, we can give you money back. Do you have proof that you own it? I made contact with her. Later, I had to get my mind together. Then I contacted the city. I sent email to Moore and Burns. And what I liked about your city manager, he responded less than 5 minutes. He said, I will forward this to the proper department. I never heard from the proper department. I happened to come out of the school. I teach algebra at Village Academy here in Delray, and saw Commissioner Burns. I'm like, Miss Commissioner Burns, I call her Angela, I got concerns. I say, I have no home, no eternal home. No one called me to ask me if they could purchase my plot. But what Ms. K. Carr did say, she says, oh, we can give you money back. I can bury it in the back of the cemetery. Do you have proof that you own it? Planning. That's all I heard about today was planning and audited and recommendations and improvements. In 2005, when I purchased this plot, I knew what I was doing because I knew I had to have a final resting place. She told me, oh, well, we're buying black plots. Call me and see if we have bought back any. Or when you pass by the cemetery and see the city digging up plots, call me. I'm always calling. I'm calling. I own the plot. That's where I want to be buried, next to my mother and father. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just have privilege. again, I did have the interaction with Ms. Owens and offered direction to have Parks and Recreation leadership engage accordingly. There was a bit of a conversation, but I just had a email communication with Mr. Mitat as you were speaking. He's available to speak with you outside of the chamber. Thank you.
Not to interrupt you, I don't need to speak to Mr. Mitat. I don't want to make any appointments or anything. All I want is what I rightfully own. Because sitting here listening to him, he's doing all of this for the city to host this tennis thing. I guess I'm low priority. Now, I understand that things go on in the city, but I'm upset because someone sold my plot next to my mother. I bought it in 2005, and to tell me it was vacant, of course it's vacant. I'm not in it. So, like I say, I appreciate you, City Manager Moore, Burns. I want ownership. I want closure. It's affecting my job at this moment because I can't sleep. And so I'm just asking that return my property to me. That's all I'm asking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ready? Good evening, everyone. I'm Stephanie Emmelman from the Delray Beach Chamber of Commerce. Last week, Vivienne DeMille, which is my advocacy chair, and I attended Palm Beach County Days in Tallahassee at the start of the legislative session. And join us in our meetings were Deputy Vice Mayor Rob Long, as well as Renee Jadasingh, who's the Executive Director of the CRA. We met with Senators Berman and Bernard, Representatives Caruso, Casello, Skidmore, and Tendrich. And we advocated for overall issues affecting our business environment, such as affordable housing, workforce development, relief from business rent taxation, property insurance premiums, and we also advocated to support the arts and cultural organizations because they are economic drivers. We also supported some of the Palm Beach County School District priorities, one of which is funding for full-day voluntary pre-K program for all students, because we see this as a workforce issue, and so does the Florida Chamber. And we also obviously advocated for the city's appropriations requests, two of which were the expansion of the real-time crime real-time crime center assets, as well as the intersection improvements in Swinton and Atlantic. And last but not least, we definitely support the CRA and the city's position on legislation that's bubbling up that may affect our CRAs. So we realize that's very serious, and we'll stay active on the issues as the session progresses. And also, on a happy note, Delray Fair is April 4th through 6th this year. It's the 63rd year that the Chamber has produced this event in collaboration and partnership with the city. So we appreciate that, and thank you for letting us come back to the 500 block. I know that the merchants and the attendees will appreciate it, so we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Ned Whaler, 1010 Ingram Avenue. I'm here to make a few comments on behalf of the Beach Property Owners Association. I'm a member of their board. Each year, as we approach the end of the year, our board, based on comments from our membership, general feedback, emails, and that sort of thing, establishes our top action priorities for each year and beyond. So we update these at the end of the year. This year we adopted our 10 top priorities for this year. Recently, we published a newsletter. We shared that newsletter, I believe, with each of the commissioners. Hopefully you had a chance to see it as we published our top priorities in it. I'm here tonight to express, first of all, an acknowledgement and an appreciation for certain actions and initiatives that the Commission is taking that really speak to several of our priorities. In fact, 4 of our top 10 priorities are addressed and relate to action items on your agenda this evening. So we would like to just express our appreciation, number one, for the beach area improvement action that is on the agenda concerning replacing water fountains and showers with stainless steel fixtures type 316 in the beach area, and making certain other beach access improvements. That's
that actually addresses our number one priority. Next, one of the priorities that we hear about so much concerns stormwater management, stormwater control. We're delighted also to see the Thomas Street project finally appearing here on the agenda. Thank you. Another of our priorities has been patrolling the intercoastal in the no wake and slow wake zone areas. Again, we're delighted to see an application going out to seek reimbursement funding for the diesel engines for the patrol boat. We're delighted about that, and what was the last thing? We had called attention to the importance of, a more visible presence of police in and along the A1A corridor, Atlantic Avenue, in the beach area. And I just want to mention that this has been very noticeable, police presence. Today I went up the promenade twice, once at 1:30, again at 2:30, different police presence observed then. We just want to acknowledge and recognize and express how much we appreciate and respect the presence of the police. We value these folks who do so much to secure and protect our community. So just wanted to say those words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to each and everyone that's here today. My name is Pastor Stewart. I live at 625 Southwest 4th Street in Delray Beach. I'm here to speak on behalf of Delray Beach Police Department. I want you to know I have seen a great recline in the officers being in the community, making sure that everyone is fine. Where I live, there's cars running the stop sign, four-way stop signs. I have to get up every morning, 8 a.m. to make sure the kids cross from going from my house to 4th to Village Academy. And when you're there trying to make sure the kids are safe, you got family, you got grown adults cussing the children. And the kids are fearful. Delray Beach Police Department, I can say they do their job, but there also is a shortage in what other officers need to be to help the community. I say to this afternoon, Chief Russ, Chief Hunter, Gary, thank you all for what you do. But guess what? It takes teamwork to do what has to be done. They do their job, but then their men and women that comes out, they do their job too. But we got to get the citizens straight that they cannot be running these stop signs and these babies being cursed by grown adults, telling them they gonna put their foot in their You can't do a child that way. I can call the cops, but when they get there, the cars are gone. Delray, you're doing your job. Thank you. But at the same time, these kids are being threatened by grown adults that refuse to stop at the stop sign to let the kids cross through. I ask you, please allow our officers to do their jobs. Send them in the community that they can be through Delray Beach. It's not just one part of Delray. There's the north side, there's the south side. We all deserve the service. But our kids do not deserve to be cursed and disrespected by other adults because they don't want to stop to the stop sign and let these babies go through. I say again, Chief Russ, Chief Hunter, thank you for cooperating, doing what you can do. But at the same time, it takes more of the officers to come out and they do their job. But listen, when there's a shortage of officers here and it's not enough to get to where they need to get on time, please think of our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, City Commission, my name's Mike Bell. I'm a member of a group called the Voters' Rights Advocacy Coalition.
Your address, sir?
I'm sorry?
Your address?
I'm not a resident of Delray Beach.
That's okay.
So I'm here to speak about Delray Beach City Ordinance, Title
has to
9,
give us
Title 9,
address.
Chapter.
We need an address.
Your name and address for the record, please, sir.
My address is, my name's Michael Bell. My address is 4234 Lakeside Drive in Jacksonville, Florida.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry. I'm here to speak about Delray Beach Ordinance, Title 9, Chapter 92, Section 92.19. This ordinance limits anchoring in the waters of Delray Beach, caps it at a maximum of 24 hours. Prior to 2009, in Florida, there was a patchwork of different anchoring limitations throughout Florida. And in 2017 and again in 2021, the Florida legislature tightened this up. And the result of that was Florida Statute 327.60, which I've emailed to the commission and to the city attorney. This limits what municipalities can, especially with length of stay in state waters. So what I'm here to ask for is that you rescind this ordinance because it does contravene state law, and that you work with the Palm Beach County to establish what's called an anchoring limitation area, which is enabled by Florida Statute 327.4108. So that ordinance allows anchoring for up to 45 days, but it must be done at the county level, not at the municipality level. What we care about, and what I think you care about, are derelict boats that show up in your waters. We don't like them any more than you do. We want to get them out of the waters, but penalizing responsible boaters with well-found, well-maintained boats is not the way to do that. And we ask that you rescind this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Jim Chard, 401 Southeast 4th Avenue. I was going to let my good friend Yvonne Odom go ahead of me, but I learned years ago, never follow Yvonne Odom. Nobody will remember a thing you say. I wanted to sort of address a message to Ms. Pryor that in addition to that very long and impressive list, I think there's one thing I'd like to add, and I kind of add it from the standpoint of the Historical Preservation Board, and that is, we are not an enforcement agency. We do not have enforcement agents in historical preservation. But we do issue orders, if you will, decisions that are not always followed. And these decisions are based in law, Secretary of Interior guidelines, and quite often, too often, citizens go ahead and make changes that we voted against, and I think this probably happens with P and Z as well, or they don't follow the rest of the procedures in terms of getting demolition permits and building permits. So I would just like to add that to the wonderful long list that they already have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Yvonne Odom, 3905 Lowston Boulevard, Delray Beach, Florida. Well, two items. First of all, I think it might be procedurally if you all could have a time certain for public comments, because it's been 2 hours now. But anyway, that's something y'all could think about in the future. But I'm here in support of my police department. I've been listening, if I'm not here, because of negotiations, and then it's specifically about the drop. And I think that the public is having a misconception of what drop. I, as a public servant, teachers were the first one that they allowed to go into the drop because they wanted to keep the experience. You're not double dipping. My time and all of that is put away, and it permits me to continue to work. And once you enter drop, you are technically retired, but the system allows you to continue to work. And I think people who don't understand that, and when people use the word double dipping, you're thinking an officer is getting paid for his retirement, of course, that he's earned, and for his service, which he's just being permitted to work longer.
So I think that's something that needs to be clarified. You get an understanding, and it's mainly for public servants who are grossly underpaid. We do all this glowing thing on how much we love teachers, how much we love firefighters, how much we love police department. But when it comes time to put your money where your mouth is, all of a sudden, I want to look out for taxpayers. We shouldn't pay that for that. So I'm an advocate for them. 50 years ago, I was teaching a class, dropout prevention. Those kids hated the police, literally. And I got with the chief at the time. I started inviting the officers to come into my classroom because I wanted a different relationship with police and kids. As time went on, we had the kids and cops, and believe it or not, Delray is one of the best police departments we do have. And I think we need to appreciate them and service them. No, they're not perfect. And if I don't like them, I could say to it. But overall, I've been able to have them come in the community. You go back to Bump Mitchell and all those people who work with our children, and I don't think we give them enough credit. But you need to pay them so we're not losing our officers. And these people around here love to get Delray officers. But I think we need to keep our officers. And that's it. I came out to say that. But I always support. I'm not going to always agree. But as a city that I've lived here my entire adult life, and I don't think we have another police department that can measure with ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Oh, they keep coming. It's like a Ginzu knife commercial over here. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. I'm Paul Cannon. I live at 1021 East Heritage Club Circle. I actually come here tonight with two hats. Literally, two hats. My first hat, as a supporter of the Delray Concours d'Elegance, is to request, when you consider Resolution 4525 as item 7E on the agenda, that you boost the amount for the sponsorship to $12,000. It's a very, very simple request, but it just means that more of the money raised can go straight to the charities rather than having to pay for the facilities that the city will provide. Wearing my second hat. As chair of the Police Advisory Board, I serve on the Police Advisory Board, which was created to act as an advisory body to the Chief of Police, City Manager and City Commission on policy and resource issues, to serve as a conduit to the community to address their issues and community problems through cooperative effort, and to review community needs, concerns, expectations and responsibilities relative to police services and community policing, and to advise the police department on and provide support for communication and education between the community and the police department. I've spoken previously about the ongoing role of this board, but that isn't why I'm here addressing you this evening. First of all, I want to commend all the city employees and all of you for the hard work and dedication that you make to Delray Beach into the great city that it is. Thank you. I also want to make special mention about the Delray Beach Police Department. Over the past few weeks, there have been articles in the newspaper and on news reports on TV regarding the officers not having a contract due to the ongoing and protracted negotiations between the police union, the Police Benevolence Association, and our city leadership. I know these negotiations are complicated. There is much to collective bargaining, and it's way beyond my pay grade. I'm not here to take sides or pass judgment. However, I'm very concerned that even though crime has gone down in our city over the past few years, because we aren't providing competitive pay and benefits when looking at other local agencies, we're losing officers to them. We have an incredible police department made up of exceptional men and women who put their lives on the line every day to keep us all safe. We must find a way to provide for them and keep them in our city. I also want to give a huge shout out to Chief Major and all the senior leadership team. Though it is, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Mayor, Commission. My name is Chuck Ridley. I reside at 210 Northwest 2nd Avenue. I'll be wearing two hats as well. One as a citizen of the set. Often, things happen in this community that pit neighborhoods against each other. I'm going to ask you to be careful that the neighborhood of Coda, who very much should be advocating for what they need for their neighborhood, that honoring their requests don't impede on the neighbors of the set. Because if the turnoff don't happen at 2nd Avenue, where does it happen? On 4th? To the middle of my neighborhood? Same neighborhood that has been enduring these kinds of issues. So what we would love for you to do is ensure that you do have people get together with your staff so that we are, one, inoculating a community against that beautiful facility, but it don't create a hardship for my neighborhood. The second is to share with you, I'm concerned that the importance of the disparity study may be missed on the dais. I have no idea why the workshop was canceled. I do care why it was canceled. I'm going to make an assumption. I make stuff up all the time. Here I am again. I'm going to assume you don't understand the importance of what a disparity study means and what it's about. First, the city of Delray, you don't have policies that support business either way, whether it's about disparity or about your local business preferences. You just don't have the policies that sends a signal that would strengthen them. Second, disparity studies are a federal requirement. We can't meet disparities if there are any, without the study. It just won't happen. Third, your study, and this isn't about past disparities, it's about current disparities, and your study has already revealed there is a significant disparity. We need to move forward because there's so much that is being left on the table. Please get this scheduled and moving forward because citizens of Delray deserve better than what we're getting as it relates to policies. And only you can resolve that.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Diedrich Strawn, 206 Southwest 13th Avenue. I'm the current president of the South Palm Beach County branch of the NAACP. I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Mr. Ridley was talking about, and that's the disparity study. It was my understanding that it was a workshop scheduled for today to address that study. And for whatever reason, that workshop didn't happen. This study has been something that we've, as a community, been trying to get done for years now. We've gotten it done, and now we're finally at the place where we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it appears as though that tunnel is being built further and further away to keep us from getting to the end. I heard a statement up here that was very troubling to me about 15 minutes ago. One of the commissioners stated that her biggest problem with the city of Delray Beach is not having all of the information. That's her biggest problem as a commissioner. Not the fact that we have a disparity study that shows that a substantially disproportionate amount of our city contracts are being given to non-minorities. That's not a problem. That's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is we're not getting all the information. The disparity study solves that problem because that study has all the information you need to do exactly what you need to do to make sure that there is an equitable distribution of the city's wealth for contractors other than those that don't look like me or any other minority in this city. You have the information. It appears as though you all don't want to act on it.
And that's not everybody, but some of you. Again, it was scheduled for a workshop, but it wasn't anymore. I should not be the only person to have a problem with that. That is a systemic problem that we seem to have in this community, in this country. Things that are DEI, that you all seem to think that that's a poisonous dart or something. And I'm not even talking DEI. I'm talking strictly about humanity and doing what's right. There is a problem. The process that we currently have as to how we distribute the city's wealth to our contractors is not working. It only works to the benefit of one group of people, and it should work to everybody. I'm not talking DEI. I'm talking simple humanity. Do what's right. You have a document that points out the problems, provides you solutions. Let's get to work together as a community and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello all, Alex Burns, 2578 Lake Outer Road. I would like to start off by saying mutual respect and dignity. I think that we would all agree if I were in a place of power and I made those of you who are a little bit of a lighter hue than I am, I force you all to go outside in the sun for over 3 hours or so, just because of the fact that I know I can do so without any sunscreen. If I did so and force you all to go out there, I think you would probably say that's diabolical, right? The fact that I don't need it and don't require it and or can stand out there just a little bit longer means that it wouldn't affect me much. So why should I care about bringing everyone out? And I say that because there's not a one solution that fits all in this community, as long as there are different hues of people that live in this community. This community has the second largest population that looks like me, and we're on the bottom of the totem pole in terms of disparity study and what it showed. And for us not to be able to at least talk about it and or come up with feasible solutions that's going to address those things, to me it seems like the terrorism and or terrorists are here in Delray, to me, and perception is reality. And all we're saying in terms of getting a conversation going about real solutions to address this issue with all of the information that was gathered, why can't we not have that conversation and or solution? I can tell you a personal experience of mine coming here trying to get work with my business. I was told by the purchasing department that they're only working with 4 companies and that she's not going to be doing any more out for bids and or contracting work. So because of the fact that I'm now coming in with my business who just want a shot to put in my application for it, I was told that no, it's not going to happen. Luckily, I was getting my business tax receipt to go to the county level and get registered as a registered vendor with the county, which I did do so. But to have a person in the purchasing department who has the power to control and dictate who comes in, to have it closed in my face, that's not right at all. And I just don't believe, based on the history here, that bureaucracy should be in charge of what goes on and how it is done in our community. So I would ask that we come to some type of resolution and or commitment verbally and publicly that is going to address those particular concerns of us here in the community. That's all I have. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Barber. We'll use 404 West Atlantic Avenue as an address if that suits the dais. Just wanted to greet the commission. I look to open a thriving restaurant in your beautiful city within the next about 6 weeks. And I know that many have rolled by the property, many have seen signs on the window, many have a rumor or idea about what may or may not come. But I came to put a face and a voice and a body with whatever rumors may or may not be available. We look to be a brunch, lunch, dinner type of restaurant. We will serve cocktails if we get the recommended signatures from those in power. But I thought it was important that I come. I'm actually volunteering over at Pompey Park with the baseball league. My son's been playing with that league for about 3 years. So I'm not in the community, but we're part of the community in a sense. So we look forward to opening soon. Wanted to come and introduce myself, and I don't know what the rules are, but I hope to see you all there when we do open, taking advantage of the wonderful food that we'll have. Some have asked, do you have any restaurant experience? Do you have any business experience? I've owned and operated a restaurant in a couple of different municipalities over the last 9 years. I've had a restaurant in Boca Raton. I still have a restaurant in Boynton Beach. I had a restaurant in West Palm Beach, and different circumstances means that we had to close or move. I own Troy's Barbecue, which is in Boynton Beach, Woolbright and Federal. So I look to not bring barbecue to Atlantic Avenue, but to bring a thriving business to the western corridor, west side of Swinton, or there's a lot of different acronyms. That's how that area is described, but I think we're just going to look and describe it now as thriving and booming. So I hope to see you all, and I hope that you all are welcoming to my business as we continue to move forward. We had a little issue, very small, but I think it's been quickly resolved with an out-of-place visit from code enforcement. I'll say it like that. But I think it's been resolved. So I hope to see you all, and I hope that I can meet all of you individually and answer any questions that you might have. We'll be coming before you all soon for conditional use approval to do things that we'll do, like we'll do a gospel and grits Sunday brunch. Well, we'll have, a brunch on the patio that's 2,700 square feet, but instead of what you're kind of used to, we're going to play gospel and do some things just a little tad bit different, not looking to disturb the community, but be an enhancement. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that you receive me well.
Thank you very much. And by the way, when I walk down from Woolbright, which I often do, I do my long walk back from Woolbright, I smell your stuff at about 8 o'clock, and it is really, it's the best part of that. It's the best part of waking up, as they say. It was walking past your place at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you, Mayor Carney.
What's the name of the new restaurant?
It's Grooves.
All right, great.
404 West Atlantic.
Right, good evening, everybody. Erwin Sineas, 1050 Northwest 4th. Just on here to show solidarity with folks that have spoken before about just the disparity study and it being removed. It's really important. I mean, obviously, we're here on the backs of those who have been here before us, who have fought and who have fought for recognition here in the city. And as those that, I turn 40 here soon, who are in the millennial groups and younger, I don't know how much longer I have there, but we want to fight for what's coming forward. And the disparity study, it just shows where we're at and gives us an opportunity to create solutions for where we want to go. All right. So this is, again, first I want to say before, and I think that's, we're not talking about DI. That seems to be the buzzword of whenever you're trying to talk about things that are culturally relevant or what's happening, what's not happening. We're just talking about reality. We've seen the booms that have happened east of Swinton. We see what that looked like, and it's beautiful. We love it. We want people to win, and we think that's awesome. What we're saying is, the disparity study has shown there's some disparities there, and there's some other opportunities that can be had. I think it's fair for us to have those real conversations and dialogues and really get moving. Right now, there are 2 downtowns. If we want there to actually really be a smooth, full downtown that is relevant to all parties and folks who live here in the city of Delray Beach, I think it's important that we bring that forward, have some real conversations, and really unite the community in a different kind of way. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public? They kept coming, so I'm just double checking. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Okay, we have a consent agenda, which you all I know we've discussed. If there are any, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Moving right along. We have regular agenda, item 7A. It's a resolution, 24-25. Would you please read the resolution into the record?
And yes, sir, you're going to read the quasi-judicial rules?
Oh, this is a quasi?
7A and 7B.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I missed that. God forbid. Okay. Where's my rules? Okay. The other 2?
Yes, 7A and 7B.
Okay. I'm going to read the rules for quasi-judicial hearings. This applies to agenda items 7A and 7B. These hearings shall be conducted in accordance with the quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be allowed 15 minutes each to present their case. The public shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if the person represents an organization or a group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The city commissioner staff may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or applicant will be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not be legally made upon personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be made on the numbers of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. As a quasi-judicial hearing, anybody who is going to be offering testimony on this, if you could please rise and be sworn by the clerk.
By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you all. This is all for 7A and 7B. So do we get everyone know? Okay, that's great. If the staff could, are there any ex parte communications? I'm missing. I got ex parte. I got no.
Yes, I spoke with the attorney.
Yes.
Yes.
I did as well.
You hungry? I mean, you want to get something for the class? Oh, what's this? Feeding yourself?
I know.
Yes, I spoke with her.
Yes, I spoke with the attorney.
At some point in time, I spoke with Mr. Vennon on this long time ago. Hello, Mr. Vennon.
I don't know whether we spoke on it or not. I don't think we did. No, not. So, in any event, unless there's an email in my file, then I have no other ex parte communications. So,
Do you want me to read the caption?
yes, if you please read the caption of the resolution.
Resolution number 2425, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, granting a waiver request to section 4.6.9 off-street parking regulations, subsection 4F3D, valet parking of the land development regulations to allow a drive aisle with a reduced width of 15 feet 6 inches for the development located at 33 Southeast 3rd Avenue, known as the Delray Beach Market, as more particularly described herein, providing for an effective date and further purposes.
Thank you. Please read the record into the record.
Good evening, Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director, and I'd like to enter file 2024-115 into the record, and Ms. Belinky is here with a overview of the request.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here before you this evening representing the Delray Beach Market on their valet parking application. Again, Christina Belinky for the record. My address is 14 Southeast 4th Street in Boca Raton. So I think everybody's very familiar with the location of the Delray Beach Market, but it is highlighted on the screen in blue. It's at the northeast corner of Southeast 3rd Avenue and Southeast 1st Street. It is obviously part of the CBD. It was approved originally for a mixed-use project. It was a food hall that had a mix of residential and retail uses. I think everybody knows that ultimately went dark, and so the owner has been seeking to revitalize the space, repurpose it, and has been bringing in some high-quality restaurant uses to the site. In looking at the remaining vacant space that's available, it's really the retail use that is causing issues, because retail uses just aren't as successful when they're a block off the avenue. People aren't turning down the street to go shopping, they're turning down for a destination. And so what we're seeking to do here today is essentially to convert the the remaining retail uses to restaurant, so that the entirety of the building can be utilized for restaurant space. Restaurants do have a more intensive parking requirement than retail uses, and so we are required to accommodate that differential in intensity in parking spaces within the existing garage. So currently there are 206 parking spaces existing, and between the 21 that makes
the differential between the retail and the restaurant use, and the 8 parking spaces that we'll talk about that are on the street, incorporating those into the garage. We have 29 spaces that are required to be added to the garage. And so we are actually seeking to go beyond that, and the way we're proposing to do it is by adding valet parking spaces, essentially kind of tandem spaces, within the garage on the 4th and 5th floors only. So those floors will not be accessible to the public. Those will be limited to use by the valet operators. Because in doing so, again, it does reduce the drive aisles. It has parking situations that you need a valet operator to be able to maneuver vehicles. And so in doing so, we are requesting a waiver from section 4.6.9 F3D to reduce the minimum drive aisle width. And we'll get into that. So if you're looking at this image on the right-hand side of your screen, that's kind of towards Atlantic Avenue. The parking spaces highlighted in purple are existing spaces that are utilized for valet per the most recent valet agreement with the city. I believe it was approved in September. And so previously there were some spaces on the west side of the street. I believe it was 4 on the west and 4 on the east side. But on the west side of the street, the Strand, that project that was approved many, many years ago, is finally in for permits, and I'm hearing they're moving forward, so they are going to kind of need to utilize those parking spaces for their project. So again, this is the approved parking spaces per the valet agreement. That's not changing. Here it's just shown kind of on the ground level to put things into perspective. And then this shows the circulation path. So you would start for pickup and drop off where this star is located, and the valet would circulate to the north, and then there's an alley cut through in the location of this arrow, and then they would use the alley behind the project to go into the garage, and then they'd come out the same way and go to the star for pickup. So in doing so, we aren't impacting Atlantic Avenue through the valet parking operations. And so this is the 4th floor plan. Again, you can see kind of the existing parking spaces are towards the outside, and then there's a row internal as well. So those are all the existing spaces. And again, because the garage has already been constructed, it was constructed with the most number of parking spaces that could be fit with kind of general requirements, code requirements, and circulation. So these spaces highlighted in red are the proposed valet spaces. And again, this is the 4th floor plan. The rooftop plan is essentially the same. And those areas will not be accessible to the public. It will only be used for valet. And so here you have that 15 and a half foot dimension, which is your reduced drive aisle width. And this is the rooftop plan, again, showing the location of those additional valet parking spaces. So in providing these valet parking spaces, we're actually adding to the parking inventory. I believe it's an additional 9 spaces beyond what would otherwise be required. So that's a bonus, adding to the inventory to the city and to this area. And then in terms of the waiver criteria, they are on the screen. Shall not adversely affect the neighboring area. Again, we're keeping the valet operations off Atlantic Avenue. It's the same valet operations and circulation that's been previously approved, so it's not anticipated to affect the neighboring area. Shall not significantly diminish the provision of public facilities. Should have no impact on water, sewer, that kind of thing. Shall not create an unsafe situation. Again, the 4th floor and the rooftop will be limited to valet use. The valet operators are trained to maneuver these vehicles, so it will not create an unsafe situation. You're not going to have public going there. Does not grant a special privilege. Similar waivers have been approved before. And then in terms of your CBD waiver criteria, it talks about the pedestrian experience on the ground level, incompatibilities. I mean, it's not going to impact those. We're not eroding connectivity between the street networks, and we're not reducing the quality of the civic open space. That's all remaining unchanged. So that's essentially it in a nutshell. I know some questions were raised in the staff report about kind of neighboring or similar valet operations, and specifically the staff report notes the Ray. And that project is very different in terms of their operations. They did have a similar waiver approved, although in reality they don't actually stack vehicles that way in the garage because of the way that particular garage is set up. It's just not safe. It's not easy to maneuver around there. And then in terms of kind of our loading and unloading area, we did go beyond the 100 feet with the 8 parking spaces that are on street. And that's to ensure there is adequate room to have vehicles coming in, dropping off their cars for valet, people picking up. You know, we don't want to run into a situation where we are impacting adjacent street networks, the intersection, any of that you see at the Ray. So that's why our queue is longer. And also it's just a different situation in general. We don't have a hotel. We're not having people unloading luggage. We're not having, you know, the special events that you see where they might have a wedding at the hotel and you have 100 people, 150 people coming in at once, trying to drop off vehicles. That's not what you see here with the restaurant uses. So it is a little bit different. Just wanted to point that out for the record as well. And the owner is here to answer any questions as well. We're happy to address any concerns you may have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening. I'll just wait for the presentation to switch out so I remember what I was going to say. I think you've gotten a pretty good overview of the proposal, and I have Ms. Rodriguez, our senior planner, with me. If you have any really detailed questions, she's been the project planner. So I think everyone's familiar with the Delray Beach Market, and again, she's given you, I think, a very good overview of it. I do want to point out, and I'll ask Ms. Blinky to correct me if I'm wrong on rebuttal, that right now the queue is on the west side of the street, which means that folks are coming in off of Atlantic. They can go over here, they queue up, and then it's one quick turn into the garage. So while 8 spaces are being removed here, I appreciate that she's put on the record that it is a longer queue, which I think it may be warranted because now we're circulating around up the alley to get into the garage. So, and this came up again with some of the DDA's more, kind of in-depth reviews. So I want to go over that. It's a large structure. It's basically taking the remaining square footage within the building, a little over 37,000 square feet that was not originally parked for restaurant. It was intended to be more of a mixed-use building, but it was predominantly restaurant and standalone bar. Initially, this is the remaining amount. There's a small amount of retail and office that the goal now is to be able to use the entire structure as restaurant. It was approved in that manner. So again, the original, I think, marketing or plan was a market, which kind of turned into a food court, which is now moving more into just a all sort of restaurant bar space. It is already got Bounce, Lefties, Goodnight, John Boy, and there will be others coming with this approval. So the part that's around it, and part of why I think this is important, part of why the valet queue really can't stay on Southeast 3rd is the building that is coming in on this piece and this piece, the Strand. It's on 2 blocks, is all residential, and we don't generally put valet queues for restaurants and commercial directly in front of a residential building. They don't have curb cuts, but it is going to be, it's going to have a construction period and all those things, which can be disruptive. And so it's really, it's just a better solution for the demand for this building to accommodate the drop off and the pickup on their side of the street.
The change in use engenders more parking. I think you've gotten a very good overview from the applicant as to how they're doing it in order to stack those cars behind the other parking spaces requires a coordinated system of who's coming in which direction and making sure you're moving my car out of the way so that the mayor's car can get retrieved, you know, all of those things that happen. The goal is actually to have the rooftop and the 4th level valet. The other 2 levels, the 2nd and 3rd, are just going to be self-parked unless there's a higher demand for valet, in which case they will use some of the 3rd floor spaces as they become available, but they're not intending to stack or block those spaces. So I think the other thing is that this does increase the amount of parking available in the downtown area. They have accommodated, including the 8 spaces they are taking for queuing. It still results in a net increase of spaces in general, although obviously you're not paying City of Delray Beach on-street parking meter space amount. You're paying for a service to park your car in the garage. So again, I think the similarities that, you know, staff spent a lot of time looking at is that this does rely the entire circulation on circling the block on city streets. The most important thing is it does not require engaging Atlantic Avenue, which, as you know, on a Friday or Saturday night is not exactly going to move cars. So they're able to drop off and circulate through the alley system without engaging Atlantic, which was important. And then the other issue that staff spent a lot of time with working with the applicant is to make sure that the ADA spaces were all accommodated properly, you know, so that everyone who needs access to the garage and with their unique vehicles are able to use it. And also that because it shifts to a valet only on the upper levels, if you make a mistake and you've kind of headed up beyond your area of where you can park, that there's sufficient area to maneuver and turn the car around and escape, entering into a one-way situation that you're not able to navigate because you're not part of the valet team. So that is the source of the waiver. The waiver is not, can we have a valet? They already are running a valet as just an offering to their customers. It's that, can we stack more cars in here, which necessitates a valet? It's no longer an option. It's necessitated because we want to reduce the drive aisle from the 24 feet, which allows two-way traffic, and back out to a more narrow amount. Again, this sort of reduced amount has been approved for other valet arrangements. The code has a whole bunch of rules about this. Again, that turning radius is only 15 feet 3 inches, which was good for cars, maybe not every large vehicle. It does eliminate two-way traffic, and then the back out, you know, you really will have to have skilled professionals backing those cars in and out and moving them around in a constrained area. There was concern, and this is raised again by the DDA, about where do the employees park, and are the employees going to have access to the garage? Because, as you know, we have ongoing challenges for the folks that make our downtown such a great place to be, and where are they parking, and is there enough for them that can be handled? And then also just weighing, you know, whether the potential impacts of, you know, more congestion circling the block is a reasonable trade-off for the increase. Again, the overall net gain for downtown parking is 9 more spaces come online. So it's more, which is always something we're looking for. And ultimately, the criteria you're looking for is the standard waiver criteria about whether it's going to have an adverse impact on the neighborhood. Is it going to diminish using the city streets? Is anything unsafe? Obviously, without a valet service, we would decide this waiver was unsafe. So it necessitates a valet service, which is why an agreement is accompanying this. They will be required to have a valet functioning as long as they need to use a valet arrangement to serve the restaurants that are open. My understanding is some of the restaurants are not currently open earlier, so the valet will come online later, but should Bounce start serving breakfast, I don't know, something like that, then we would need the valet to start earlier than the 5 o'clock that everyone is used to. So just to say that out loud on the record so no one's surprised if the restaurant's
evolve over time into having other hours. And then also the CBD findings as well about there's no, unlike the Ray, where we, I think, have some issues with the way the cars are crossing the sidewalk and things like that, that maybe hasn't worked out so well in its execution. There's nothing like that in play with this request. It doesn't, therefore, it's not eroding the street. It's not impacting pedestrian connectivity. There is a lovely civic open space at the beginning of the market. All of that remains intact. So those findings are met. And so again, LDR 4.6.9 F3 requires a whole lot of things related to the valet parking, but the most important one is that we do have the covenant that they have to run it if it's going to be a 100% restaurant. And so they know that. And I think that's it. If you have any questions related to, we can get into the nitty gritty of all these things if there are any questions, but I know you had a time to pre-review it. So we're here if you have that. And those are your recommendations. It went to both PMAB and DDA.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this matter, it's time to come up to the lectern, give your name and address. You will each have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Laura Simon with the Downtown Development Authority, and thank you, Anthea, and thank you to Men in Development for bringing this forward. Our board did review this in detail and brought up a lot of questions, and I just also have some questions just from the presentation tonight as it relates to, while this is been primarily a restaurant use for the market, it's now primarily restaurant. The comment was raised that since it's 100% restaurant, the valet has to operate all the time. So if they're serving lunch, they have to have valet. And I'm not sure I understand that. If it's not so if there's 5 restaurants in the space, and one restaurant chooses to do lunchtime service, do they have to have valet? Because I'm not sure it's warranted at this point, and I'm not sure it should be required of the owner. But we would love to have downtown and daytime valet. I know retailers would love that for their customers, but I just didn't understand that point. And then the clarification on the queue. The queue is definitely going to be set on the east side in front of the market, and not on the west side. We were hoping that it would be on the west side, but and that was just our concern how that transition would be. But we do support it, and do obviously like the fact that actually the market parking will also bring more parking to the downtown. And we're here to support this going forward, and if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer. We did talk about it a lot, really around the circulation. It will not really impact Atlantic Avenue. I do think that signage was also brought up at our and directional and communication of how this would be used as it goes forward. So thank you.
Are there any more members of the public wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Are there any cross-examine or rebuttal between the staff and the applicant?
No.
Hearing or seeing none, then that's closed. Now discussion by the commission.
Well, I'd like to just address Ms.
Okay. That was comment
Simon's,
by rebuttal.
sorry.
You raise your hand, say yes.
Well, no, she said yes first, sorry. So just to clarify the issue, and the applicant fully understands this, so, which is, if the building is 100% restaurant, during the time the restaurants are open, they're required to have 235 spaces in play. That's the requirement for the whole building to be a restaurant, the 235. They only have 205 without a valet. So if the combination of restaurant spaces that are open necessitates more than 205 spaces, the valet needs to be running to pick up the 30 that they're short.
Right.
like looking at
And how do we? And
Ms.
how-
Rodriguez to make sure I've got it
I'm
right.
just curious, how do we
So,
ensure? How do
well,
we ensure compliance?
So every business that opens downtown is required to get a zoning certificate of use that tells us the space, the size of their tenant space, and their hours of operation, if they're serving alcohol, all of those things. So we already know that, you know, the spaces that are open and their hours, and so it depends on the tenants that come forward. And then if they are open earlier than 5 o'clock, all at the same time, then the valet needs to start running earlier than 5 o'clock. And I believe we've worked with the city attorney on how we are writing the agreement to make sure that it's clear. Right now, you wouldn't need them open before 5, am I correct?
That's correct. There's no restaurants open currently before 5.
Mayor, can I just say something?
Please.
So the agreement would have to be amended. So right now the agreement calls for from 5 p.m. to I think it's 2 a.m. So if a zoning certificate of use came in and staff determined that there was additional spaces that would be required due to the length of time of the opening, we would bring forward an amendment to the valet license agreement.
I would also say that the business tax receipts need to be looked at carefully, because having done these before for others, I put the maximum amount of time I can be open, but sometimes I'm only open from 5 to 10, you know.
Understood.
But, so that's going to have to be examined to ensure the compliance on it. That's all I'm saying to say on that. So, anyway, to the commission, Ms. Casal.
One of the questions that we discussed, and I think one of the things that concerns me, while I totally support this, is just where will the employees park? Because with the Ray, one of the problems that we had, a prior commission approved all the valet parking for the Ray, and then the employees had nowhere to park.
Right.
So that concerns me a little bit.
And I can speak to that a little bit, and Mr. Menon's here if we need to clarify further. But, you know, currently, even with the employees that are working in those restaurants, the garage is pretty vacant. It's got a lot of extra spaces. The employees that are working there are not all parking within the garage. So a lot of them, I think, are finding alternate spaces that maybe don't charge, or are bicycling or finding alternate transportation to work. But he does offer to his tenants the opportunity to lease spaces for employees. One of the tenants has taken him up on that, so there is an employee space for that particular tenant.
So that's a problem, though, because we don't want the employees of his tenants parking in our free lots, you know, all the time. We would rather have some portion. I mean, presumably when you you get approval, you're opening an establishment, you're required to have a certain amount of parking, both for the people coming in and also for your employees. And I know what you're saying. Well, it's not full. But once it's at capacity with all its restaurants, from 5 o'clock to 2 a.m., it's going to be full. And then you potentially have how many employees looking for parking in the city? And they're going to struggle, because we have been talking about converting some of these free lots into paid lots. So it's not only does it help us if he can accommodate the employees within the building, it also is going to help the establishments retain employees, because they are not going to be able to park free throughout our city.
And that's why he has a program to offer within the leases. He negotiates, you know, the opportunity to build in employee parking spaces if the tenants so wish to do so.
Can we ask him to not make that, forgive me, Mr. Menon, is that something versus at making that something that is optional, that you can make it required, so you have some section of employee parking within your garages? Thank you. I apologize for making you get up.
Thank you, Craig Menon Development. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm against that. I appreciate where it's coming from. But first of all, I can't mandate anybody pay me money to park in my building.
Well, can you make it part of your lease agreements where there's a certain amount there's a costing inclusive and an allowance for a certain amount of spaces for your employees?
I don't think so.
Okay.
And I know that a lot of the restaurants, our position or my position is, it's the same way with some of the city things and some of the decisions that the city has made about the cost of parking.
I think employee parking is a very difficult thing,
Right.
but I think we need a citywide look at that, and we also have to have free parking that maybe is not at Main and Main,
Right.
where we're not having people who are coming into town to spend money can't find a parking spot because a bartender is parking there all day for free.
And that's
and I think
that's one
that's
of the
gonna be-
concerns also.
Yes, and I think that's going to be an issue. I think it's a citywide issue. You walk up and down Atlantic, and my concern is that now we have a whole spate of restaurants opening east, much further. So when people come off 95 and come into Delray, now they're going to be on Atlantic longer.
Right.
And to just digress a little bit, I would also ask the commission to consider if there's a way to add more signage as you come down Atlantic to say that there's a city garage to the north and then there'll be a public garage to the south to try to encourage cars to get off Atlantic before Swinton, use Swinton to go left or right, and try to get those cars off because First and Second Streets really back up
Right.
with just the volume. And now you're going to have that volume greatly increased as you go east.
Right, and we are working on that. Thank you. But to the city attorney, do you have thoughts on this? I get very concerned when an establishment doesn't have parking for the employees. Where are they going to park?
I understand the concerns, but I agree that I don't think that we're in a position. You can attach conditions to a waiver to mitigate, the impacts of whatever you're deciding on, and they have to be related to the waiver, but I don't think that, mandating a contractual arrangement with a property owner, I don't think that's sufficient. I do also agree that the parking needs to be a bigger issue, because some of the lots, the employees are using those lots because there's nowhere else to park.
Right.
And it's close to their work environment. We do have places, we have the Federspiel garage that people can use. We have those, but they're not close in proximity to where people are working. And
Right.
so those are not desirable. They, people don't want to be walking at 2:00 at night for a distance.
Exactly.
So, some of that is the city's concern, but some of it is really the employer's concern, right?
Right.
And employers can have, parking arrangements with private parking lots and things like that. So as far as making that a condition of this, I don't know if I'd feel comfortable with that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marker.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank
you
you.
done, Jules? You good? I looked at this and I think it's a pretty good solution, to be honest with you. It's well thought out. Is it a perfect solution? No, but we don't get a lot of perfect solutions. But this looks like it's well thought out. It's meeting the requirements. I think the valet addition, as we talked about, was a good add, and I think that frees up a lot of spaces where the cars can be double parked. And I asked you the question in our meeting, and is the fire department okay with this? And because I didn't know, and you said that the fire department's good with it, so we're not creating a hazard or anything. So I think it's good.
The fire reviews it as part of
Yeah.
the site plan.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marker. Commissioner Burns.
Yes, I don't have any questions. I've looked at the project. I think it was a great way to solve your problem, and all the boxes were checked, so I'll be in support of it.
Thank you.
You finished? Thank you very much. If this were not going to be valet, I would have a very different view. I don't mind reducing aisles for valet parking because typically they know how to drive, and they know, and they're going to know, and by constant usage of it, they're going to know exactly where every quirky spot is in the space. And the reality is, they're going to park probably much closer than that's the reality of valet parking. So, I think it's a good way to get additional parking at the site, getting it off of some of the other lots. I would love this building to be a great success, which hopefully this is going to help, get you there. So I'm going to be in support of it. But again, we're going to have to be careful about if it's going to be open earlier in the day. You are going to need those spots, and we don't want people. Even though I was happy to hear that was one of my questions, that there is sufficient turnaround for people that inadvertently make their way to those floors. That it's as long as they're going to be strictly valet, the 15 feet or so is going to be perfectly adequate to address the parking issue. So,
Motion to approve resolution number 24-25.
Second.
call the roll, please.
Commissioner Marker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cassell,
Yes.
Commissioner Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Carney.
Yes,
Motion passes.
great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is item 7B. This is also a quasi-judicial hearing. If there's anybody here who was not here before when I read the rules, have you all been sworn? Everybody going to speak on this? All been sworn? I know you were here. Were you sworn yet? Then you need to be sworn by the clerk.
By the authority vested in me. As a notary of the state of Florida. As a swear or affirm. That the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Great. Any ex parte communications?
Where does that sworn?
Only what might be on the server.
Yeah, I spoke.
And Miss Billy.
I spoke with the property owner about 8 months ago about this issue, and haven't really spoke to him since. And I have. So,
Oh, is this a Chewy one?
Yes.
yeah, this is the one for the veterinary.
Yes, I spoke with the attorney.
Next to the French bakery. Anyway,
Mayor,
which is,
can I-
by the way, a great addition to the city. So would you please read the resolution?
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving a conditional use to allow a veterinary clinic at 1911 South Federal Highway, Units 200, 202, and 204, as more particularly described herein, pursuant to the land development regulations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Delray Beach, and extending the hours of operation to 9 p.m., providing an effective date and further purposes.
Great. Could you please read introduce the file to the record?
Good evening, Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director, and I'd like to enter file 2025-095 into the record, and Ms. Blinky is here with an overview of the request.
Thank you very much. You're on.
Good evening. Again, for the record, Christina Valenki, address is 14 Southeast 4th Street in Boca Raton. And it is a pleasure to be here now representing the Chewy Vet Care Clinic application. So the property is highlighted in the red box on your screen. It is part of the Delray Place South property. It's generally on the east side of Federal Highway, south of Linton Boulevard, and this particular portion of Delray Place is south of Eve Street as well. It was approved several years ago. The property owner has done a great job kind of revitalizing that entire corner, bringing in high quality tenants to both the north and southern portions of the site. So this is the approved site plan, and really that's not changing at all as part of this request. What we are speaking about this evening is just the northeast corner of the building. It's 3 tenant bays, Bay 200, 202, and 204. That we are proposing to utilize for a veterinary clinic. So it is 3,685 square feet. And just to note right off the bat, the city is actually processing a code amendment that went to the Planning and Zoning Board last month to make veterinary clinics permitted uses within these types of commercial categories. So it's something that's already in process. Right now it does require a conditional use approval, which is why we are here. But hopefully, in a month and a half's time, maybe that will be approved and it would be a permitted use by right at that point. This is the proposed floor plan. So as you walk in kind of the main door at the corner, you have your reception, waiting areas, a few different exam rooms where you'd have your general intake, maybe a doctor come in and speak to you, or a vet tech. And then you have kind of the back of house areas starting in here where only employees would access. So there's different areas for chartings, labs, radiology if an x-ray is needed, dental treatment, surgical room here, vet office. And then on the back side, we tried to keep it more so for back of house operations, electrical, laundry, things along those lines, because it does back up to the Tropic Isle community on this side. There's an alley that separates it, and then that residential community. As part of this application, we are actually closing up 2 doors, one here that's existing and one here. So those will be closed up entirely. And then as a result of the Planning and Zoning Board discussions, this remaining door to the back of the area will be a solid core door. So we are doing everything we can to soundproof, and internally we're providing solid core doors as well. This is the proposed elevation. Again, just some perspectives, adding some film on there. But really we're here for compliance with the conditional use criteria. And so it speaks about the veterinary clinic not having a significantly detrimental effect upon the stability of the neighborhood within which it is located. So we are proposing, a commercial use consistent with the commercial uses in the area. We are proposing to extend the hours. Right now, veterinary clinics are permitted to operate from 7 to 8. We're requesting to go to 9 o'clock because that's consistent with what's around it in the commercial areas. And, if you're working late, as I know, and have a, dog that needs to be seen, sometimes you need those after hours operations to be open as well. So that is part of the proposal. The veterinary clinic will not hinder development or redevelopment of nearby properties. This whole area has been redeveloped quite nicely. The car dealership to the south, Mazda, is being redeveloped currently. So it will not hinder any redevelopment of the area. The use is allowed in the planned commercial zoning district and is consistent with the future land use category. And again, right now it's permitted as a conditional use, but with the text amendment being processed, the city is seeking to change that to be permitted by right. It will not adversely affect concurrency, public facilities, anything along those lines. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan and compliant with the land development regulations for the domestic animal services, and that's all outlined in the staff report. Again, this just notes the text amendment that was unanimously approved by the Planning and Zoning Board that should be coming your way, I would assume in the next few meetings or so. And then the Planning and Zoning Board did unanimously recommend approval of this request. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Anthea.
Okay, so you'll know that we are very careful with animal uses because we had some issues in the past. So so this is why this is a conditional use at this point. Again, this is for those of you who know the area. This street connects in to Tropic Isle, except that there's like a gate here, so it's mostly pedestrian. So people they were cutting through the alley until this cross access happened between the two spaces, and it's circulating much better. So the veterinary clinic is proposed to go into this sort of northernmost corner of this. The land use is GC. It's planned commercial, and in planned commercial, it's a vet clinic. So here's a little bit more updated. So this, I think we had a lot of consternation when this connection was originally proposed, but I think it's done a lot to keep people from sort of trying to figure out how to wiggle their way around and then circulate where these are residential uses. So that's been, I think, really good. This is the entry into Tropic Isle. So since these are residences, this is when we're a little careful about whether there's going to be overnight boarding, whether there's going to be outdoor play areas, all of those things that can, despite how much we all love our furry family members, cause some, impacts. So it's a conditional use. The code does set the hours of operation until 8 o'clock. They're asking to go 1 hour longer, which right now this resolution would approve. There is a little bit, the parking, because this is a shopping plaza, the parking is calculated across the use itself, but that parking requirement was adjusted in its original approval to use a lower rate.
so less parking is required. So I'll spend a little bit of time on that because we all know it's all about the parking in Delray. So I think you've gotten a good overview of the space. You, as a conditional use, you have to make those findings, whether it's going to have a detrimental effect on the surrounding area and if it's going to inadvertently stymie redevelopment or investment. The staff report provides a full background about the Chapter 3 requirements related to, land use and potential concurrency impacts. There are no changes required by this tenant moving into this space. It's the only change that really happened was maybe 17 trips per day, which is fewer trips that would be generated if, say, a restaurant was coming into this spot, which is also allowed through the approval that the plaza has. There are a lot of comprehensive plan policies, mostly speaking to being business friendly, allowing a wide range of uses, but also making sure those uses are compatible and serve our residents. So again, the applicant provided, I think, some good data in the background, and I think it's a little bit easier to read in the staff report on what uses are open at what hours. So that you can see whether they would be compatible or not, in your opinion, with the other uses. The plaza itself has 90 spaces. 82 are required, so they're fine with parking. This use would have typically, under the regular code, required 17 spaces, but because this site plan modification uses a 3.3 space, it only requires 12. Part of why I'm putting all this math up here is to tell you, even if we use the higher amount, there's enough parking on the plaza by the book, at least. So there's not anticipated to be a problem with that. Again, LDR section 4.3.3W has a list of all of the issues related to our domestic animal services, the wide range of them that the code allows, and specifically those that could impact this. And there is not intended to be an outdoor use area. I mean, obviously one animal on a leash at a time may need to be walked outside, but there isn't a play area with the jungle gym and all the things that maybe makes barking right next door to a residential use, which has been the concern in the past. So the Planning and Zoning Board did review the proposal in February, at the February 24th meeting, and they recommended approval 6-0. There was a recommendation that the rear door be converted to a metal insulated door, and I would let the applicant speak to whether or not that change was made on the building permit. I did not think to look before the meeting. I apologize. So.
Yeah, and I believe that was being incorporated into the permit set, and we agree to that condition.
Okay. Is staff finished?
Concludes my presentation. I'm here if you have
This
questions.
is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to discuss this resolution, now's your time to come up to the lectern, give your name and address. You will each have 3 minutes. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Any rebuttal for staff or vice versa? No? Okay, very good. All right, to the commission.
I'm ready for a motion to approve.
I'm ready for a motion.
I had a whole speech.
Oh, please, come on.
I'm ready to second.
Thank you. Motion to approve resolution number 33,
Call the roll.
25.
Second.
Vice Mayor Cassell.
Yes.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes.
Mayor Carney.
Yes.
Commissioner Markert.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. I can put my speech away then. It's only 7 minutes. No, I was abridging it to 7, and I was going to say it in Gaelic
Oh,
in
there
honor
you
of
go.
St. Patrick's Day.
Well, how did I ever let that go?
there you go.
That
That was your moment.
opportunity.
Item 7C, discussion about what we discussed a couple weeks back about the coral reef. Mr. Edwards.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I am Ken Edwards, the Sustainability Officer for the City of Delray Beach. Happy to be here this evening to present again on coral restoration. And before I start, I would like to recognize Jim Chard, who walked out.
He's right out there.
who's done a lot of work raising awareness and putting together the coral consortium. There was a lot involved in coral reef function environmentally.
But if I can interrupt, when we discussed this last time, we gave direction you were going to come back and talk about providing a $40,000 fund, I guess, to start the little plantings and things for coral.
Did we say 40,000?
Yeah, we said the amount we given was 40,000.
Oh, I thought we didn't discuss an amount because
Yeah,
I
we
was.
It was in the presentation, wasn't it?
Yeah, we did.
There were two options talked about, and I talked about the reality relative to $40,000 in terms of feasibility as a start.
I do remember hearing the 40,000. I also heard 100,000. I honestly was not sure what the pleasure would be.
It was not the 100,000 because you don't have the permits, you don't have the authorizations. County doesn't want you to do it there, but their idea of doing the little plantings got everybody's attention.
Well, you're again conflating two different things, if you don't mind. The permits and the other item you're discussing are for putting an artificial reef out there. The outplantings can only be planted on a live reef. It's two very different things. The only
one we agreed to
the
go
only one we're
for,
discussing is outplanting on a live reef.
the outplanting on the live reef, and the number was
Correct.
$40,000.
I can jump through that very quickly. I did want to get on the record why this is important in the background, but I can run through that
As you
very
did
quickly.
last time. You're on the record last time, same presentation.
I would like to hear the presentation.
I actually didn't make the presentation last
He didn't.
time. I did work
Mr.
with the
George,
Coral
okay.
Consortium group, but there are some additional points if I can quickly. So
Thank
the
you.
reason why looking off of Palm Beach County is important is on this slide. If you look at the Florida Keys, it's temperature anomaly. In 2023, temperature of the water was very, very warm. There was a bleaching event in the foreground there. There's elkhorn coral. That's not healthy coral. You're actually seeing what is a clear organism related to jellyfish, and it is the calcium carbonate substrate beneath that. In the background, you have elkhorn coral that's healthy, the brown coral there. When the coral is bleached, like people, when we're too hot, we're not comfortable, they're susceptible to disease and they can die off. And that's what's happened in the Keys over a period of years. More than 90% of the coral cover has been lost. In the Keys, they had nurseries that were set up starting in 2007. Those corals were also susceptible to increased water temperatures and diseases that were in the area. There was a lot of loss from the nurseries that were down there, so it was reasonable to look at land-based systems. The Reef Institute does have a land-based system, the only one in Palm Beach County. They have almost 2,700 corals that are outplantable or much larger size that are there. They work with other facilities to take on corals when necessary. They took corals from the Florida Aquarium in Tampa last year when they were getting hit by hurricanes and losing power. They've also spawned and settled corals, which will then grow over a couple of years and be able to be outplanted. So they are the full service facility that has the laboratory for protection of corals and growing corals for outplanting. They just moved into a 23,000 square foot facility, 7 times larger. So they're going to be able to expand their operations a great deal. They're one of only a few facilities in Florida doing that, the only one in Palm Beach County. Another genetic reason from a biological standpoint is they protect the corals in the laboratory. The nurseries in the Keys, if they were lost, then all of that biobank could have been lost. So having a land-based facility is an important function. They have done outplantings last year. They started in January of this year. They finished their monitoring, did 110 corals, and so they are ready to look at other sites. Here are before and after shots that actually show the same coral a year after their outplanting. So the growth is there. The agencies that regulate the outplanting, because there are permits that are required by the regulatory agencies, they want to see this kind of information, and it does require monitoring for a year after the outplanting. This slide just shows that there is habitat of interest off of Delray Beach. And in fact, I've talked to some of the agencies, talked to Palm Beach County today. They are interested in working with me. They invited me to meet with them and state agencies to look specifically at outplanting areas and so outplanting costs. The boat charter is $6,000 per trip. Staff for the divers is $1,500 per trip also, and then equipment that is used for a year's worth of work to assess a site, to do outplanting, to do the monitoring is in the $117,000 range. There are assessment dives that are necessary in order to identify the sites. The state and the county have sites of interest, but prior to doing the outplanting, an actual survey needs to be done. They've invited me to go with them on April 2nd, so I'm going to take leave to go and actually take a look at the system. Those assessment dives, a couple of them prior to the outplanting, would run in the $16,000 range. There is money in the sustainability budget to do those assessment dives and maybe a little bit above that. And it could be set up in an agreement similar to other kinds of partners that we have, where we have those kinds of funding agreements. So in closing, I just wanted to say that in the costs, that's not the only consideration. There can be economic benefits that occur. And in this example, in the Keys, that's the Spiegel Grove, draws in thousands of divers. It would not be an exact translation, but the marine industries and also FAU has hired 2 coral biologists. There is a lot of attention in coral restoration in the Palm Beach County area, so there can be a financial benefit coming to the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also spoke with Caitlin Armstrong today from the county, the senior environmental person who I know you know. You still don't have permits to do even the plantings. We sat here 3 weeks ago and agreed that the idea of doing these outplantings and funding, helping you fund, helping the Institute fund the growing of the outplantings made some sense. And I'm separating the artificial reef because the county's still not going to do it as of 1:30 this afternoon. So 2:30 this afternoon.
That's a separate issue.
It's a separate issue, but the point was we agreed to we talked about $40,000.
I don't recall agreeing to 40 because I knew coming into the meeting it was 100. And listen, you don't have to say yes.
I'm saying no.
Okay, you can say no, but everybody else has an opinion too.
Right. But
I think this is a worthwhile endeavor.
We talked about
this
40.
Is about protecting our coral beach. Our beach is our economic driver in our city.
Absolutely. That's why we're a blue flag. I understand protecting the reef, but the reef happens to belong to the county. We don't have the permits to do it. Come back to me when you have a permit. Come back to me when you got the permit. But now you're asking me to fund the permit too. You're wanting me to do everything.
No, it's the taxpayers' money that would be doing.
Well, yes, I'm trying to protect their money too.
Okay, well,
the reality
it's $100,000 to talk about building up our coral reef.
Yogi Berra said 100 here, 100 there. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was on one of the screens.
The 117?
Yeah.
That's the ask. Okay.
I would approve that.
Well, that's not what we agreed to. We agreed you were going to come back
I didn't
and fund
agree
the
to
40,000.
40, or I don't even recall
then
that
let's
discussion.
table this thing.
You can
get the
say
tape.
no. It doesn't matter what the tape said. We were waiting to hear the
No,
amount.
we gave direction to come back for the 40,000 because we
I
couldn't
don't
vote on it
think
because it was
we gave direction to come back to ask for 40. I don't think we restricted it to 40.
Then I strongly suggest we table this item, we replay the tape, and we'll come back and see what it says.
Mayor, respectfully, even if that was discussed, we asked them to do a presentation. They did it. That's the amount. If you don't want to do it, it's fine. I'm not going back to the tape. I don't understand. Assume that everybody discussed 40.
I'm not going to argue with you. I know what the tape said.
We don't have to argue.
May I ask a question?
I'm not spending $117,000.
Okay, then say no, Mayor. It's very simple.
Question?
Sure.
Mr. Edwards, you said that you have a fund that you could fund some of the dives, or did I hear you say that?
In the sustainability budget, there was money that I put in for tree removals, but that project wrapped up, and so it could be reprogrammed. I was not thinking of any specific dollar figure to tell you the truth, because there's a lot involved, and that's what I was trying to bring out in the presentation. There are assessment dives that need to be done. There is interest in, respectfully, outplantings have already been done by the Reef Institute. The county is interested in having outplantings done. There's oversight that needs to be done.
Right.
Picking out the sites and assessments is an important part of that. It is moving forward. There is a lot of interest, but it is going to take a good bit of money, and it's really in the initial phase. So what I put in was, as an example, for consideration, $16,000 would fund the assessment dives. That would look at the next set of outplanting sites since they wrapped up the year's worth of monitoring. That would be, a next small step.
Well, I don't like talking about one thing and then people coming back with a different number. We sat here and said, 40,000, fine, come back and make the presentation, we'll vote. Now you're coming back with this other whole program. And on property we do not own. On property where you do not have a permit.
I actually don't have a project for 40,000. I looked at the numbers
that's
that
the
came.
number that was being given to us in the presentation with the approximate cost of funding the outplantings.
When I was given numbers, financial numbers, that was what I came up with.
So actually, if I may, ladies and gentlemen, when preparing for the presentation, Mr. Edwards and I, we did have a chance to talk a little bit about it. We talked about the numbers along the lines of 40,000. Again, I'm conscious about the fiscal state of affairs of the city, and I thought that was feasible, generally speaking. I did briefly mention that during the last dialogue to this effect. However, given the overall complexity, we both agreed that it was appropriate that the city commission get a breadth of why we are where we are with respect to the matter, and therefore we felt at liberty to update the city commission in terms of the details you've just shared. So with that, there was a discussion that Mr. Edwards and I had to that effect. Those were the numbers that were offered in that regard. And when you and I had the staff individual engagement, I should say, you talked about what the next steps would look like. And I said, well, okay, we can go ahead and share that. However, that remains to be considered.
I think for me, I met with Jim over the weekend. I'm in favor of this. I think this is really, really important. However, I think it should be tabled until we get the permits. I don't think we should spend any money until we know we have an option to do this, and it doesn't sound like we absolutely know that yet.
It's my understanding that the county office, and I talked with Caitlin today also, they have the sites where the outplanting can be done. They want the outplantings to be done. They want an assessment to be done of those sites to specify exactly where it's going to go.
Did she say it was in Delray Beach, or where did she tell you that outplanting site was?
It is in the waters off of Delray Beach.
Where is it? It's within the city limits on the boundaries of.
No, the waters off the coast are not within
I'm
city
saying,
jurisdiction.
when you draw the horizontal line across, where is it in relation to the north boundary of Delray Beach?
I don't have the exact site. I did ask about that, but I was told that they are in the waters off of Delray Beach.
Mr. Edwards, could you do me a favor and jump back to the monetary slide? How much money do you have in your account that you could potentially utilize?
Mayor,
So
can
let me-
I make a
when
point?
we budget these things, you make a big point about rollovers for budgets. So if we got a tree thing in the budget, that should be rolling over to the
You're
next
looking to
budget.
do visioning. You're looking to do a whole host of
Yes,
other things.
I agree.
This is important.
I think the tree fund is restricted.
It is.
So I don't think that
That's
you're
not
able
money
to
from the
just
It's
tree
roll.
not the tree fund. He said tree planting.
It is professional services that, a year and a half ago, I was looking at doing more tree removal, but that contract
Excuse me.
wrapped.
'Cause
Do
if
you
it's
know
a
how
tree
much money
fund,
that is?
That's restricted.
Is it in the tree fund?
No.
Okay.
That's
How much money are you referring to?
I was looking more at what
No, how
the
much
Reef
money of the
Institute.
tree money do you have to apply to this balance?
0.
Oh, you said you
It-
had tree removal money.
That's in professional services in the budget. It's not from the tree trust fund.
Right, how much money would that be is what I'm trying to ascertain.
Okay, for that line item, I was looking at 50,000. I wasn't thinking of putting that towards this project since the numbers that I got from the Reef Institute didn't come to 50,000.
Okay, so listen, if you're willing to go for the 40, let's just go for the 40, do the 2 assessment dives, and let's check back and keep us informed as to how that's going.
Respectfully, the 40 was used to fund the little creating outplantings, not to do test dives, not to do surveys. It was to create, to build
So-
the
Now you're not in
oh,
favor
let's
of the
go back to
40?
the tape. Then I suggest I
Can you
want to.
please stop with the tape stuff?
No, because
It doesn't matter what was said.
I-
The whole thing was a presentation for us to decide here. I'm just asking you, are you still amenable to the 40 that you just said a few moments ago you're amenable to?
Not to
Cut
fund
it down to
dives.
40. Okay, so then you're
I'm
not.
amenable to the 40 to help to create the outplantings, to create the little seedings, which was described.
Okay. Mr. Margaret, are you amenable to the 40 to start the assessment? You can't do the outplanting till you do the assessment. So if you say, I'm not
No,
funding
you
the
can
assessment,
create the farm to build to do the
she
outplanting.
already has the farm. I've been there.
Right,
She's
she needed help on that. We were trying to
It's-
create that.
It's an aspect of the cost. She's got the farm. I visited the farm. The coral is there.
Getting involved
That
in
isn't the.
switch.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry,
No, I'm just saying this is bait and switch.
it's not bait and switch. That's
Let's
offensive.
see the tape. You're so
I
afraid
really
of
don't
playing
care
tape.
what the tape says.
so afraid of playing the
Even if
tape.
I'm not afraid of the tape. This is it's just let's get to the decision. Do you want to fund this for 40,000? Since you don't want to do 100, the cost is 117. I would like to fund it to get the process going.
I'm in support of creating the farm, supporting the
The farm
growth
is already
of little
there.
outplantings.
The farm is there.
That's what we.
How
that's
do
what
we get the
discussed.
outplantings out? That's the step. They have the farm. We have the little farm. You have the coral. You need to get it out on the
Are you
reef.
proposing the 40,000?
Correct.
I will support that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Are you confident you're going to be able to get the permits?
I'm
He's going to
confident
do
that
his best.
the permitting,
I just hate spending money on a maybe. Sorry, I'm cheap.
it would not be a maybe. I mean, my question is whether it is funding for the nursery to grow the corals.
Which is what we talked about.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I offer a recommendation, please? I'm extremely conscious fiscally in that. 40,000, that's something I would be comfortable with for the reasons we've all stated. How about we offer direction to proceed or contingent upon the positive permit activity in collaboration with the county? 40,000 with the proviso that there is permit activity with the county. That makes all the sense in the world in terms of structure, and we can go from
I think what he's saying is
there.
we need to do the assessment dives to get to that place.
In order to go to the county and say this is where the outplantings are
Those
going
two
to
guys.
occur,
40,000
that's where
was for the nursery.
the assessment dives would come in.
Mayor, you can say yes or you can say no. He's given the whole
I'm just
reason to
saying
have the
you're changing
presentation.
you're
I'm not
slippery
changing
slope.
anything.
You know,
I
you
didn't do
start
any
down the road, you already spend
presentation.
money. Well, we gotta finish,
Excuse me.
Can we just make a decision
Thank you.
about
All
it,
due
please?
respect, I didn't do the presentation. This is the presentation for which we are making the determination. I am amenable to 40,000 to go towards the assessment dives and whatever else can get us to the permitting process so we can get to the point where we are in fact planting on our coral reef, outplanting. Thank you.
Is that what you're thinking, Mr. Moore?
Maybe, Mr. Moore, it's really not your place to give a position. What you probably should be saying is there the 40 or is there not? But in terms of making the determination, should it be for this or should it be for that? I think that's our decision, Mr. Margaret.
I don't disagree.
Thank
Just
you.
curious
nursery.
about his
And I did not disagree at all. That's no static coming from me or disagreement coming from me. I've always been mindful of a $40,000 commitment.
Thank you.
From a fiscal affairs standpoint, we're comfortable in terms of making that adjustment. To go beyond that at this particular point in time would not be fiscally responsible, quite frankly, because there are a lot of moving parts associated with this endeavor. And we discussed this, quite frankly, in preparation for this. And that aligns with the $50,000 commentary you offered a little while ago, which connects with the $40,000 I was thinking fiscally. So for that reason, ladies and gentlemen, that is okay. Nevertheless, this is a little bit tricky to respond to Mr. Marcus' question. I understand the role and function of the City Commission very well in this regard, and I'm totally comfortable and supportive of whatever the decision is.
Thank you.
With the proviso that the $40,000 fiscal capacity is what works, because I think I can make that
Okay.
happen.
So-
But I'd like to address the Commissioner's specific question. You asked me what I thought in that regard, respectfully, and because of the intergovernmental collaboration involving Palm Beach County, there's some merit to continue to engage and collaborate in terms of what that might look like. That is what I'm saying, and I think that's feasible and logical.
Thank you.
That's
So-
what I would like to
I
do.
appreciate that.
You're
Go
welcome.
forward with the county. I can give the answers and confirm exactly what that process will be. I did not want to overpromise, so I have not to the Reef Institute, not to the county. I actually wanted to come back and get a little bit more information on what processes, because it will take a lot of money
Right.
and it will take time. I'm very
But with the
happy
40,
to
we
get
can
those
get to the
answers.
point
I
of
support
knowing.
this as a step. I
Thank
think
you.
it's a
How
step
much money
forward.
do you think it's going to cost?
To do what?
Well, to do what your whole plan is. This is just one outplanting.
No,
It's
that's 1
117.
year.
How many
Uh,
outplantings are you?
It's a
anticipating?
year of outplanting and monitoring.
I have not.
I've asked a question.
I have
It's
not
up
made
on the
that
screen.
plan.
$117,000
For 1 year
one
of
outplant,
monitoring. 1 year of monitoring.
including 15 dives for monitoring. How many outplantings are you intending?
For the $117,000,
No,
it would
that-
probably
that's
be.
one. That's one.
Yes.
But how many other outplantings are you intending to do?
City of Delray Beach does not have a coral restoration plan.
Right.
I was asked to be a liaison with a group that was interested in doing that. I have done that.
You've
I
done an
brought
amazing
information
job,
to this
and I
point.
think this is exciting.
If
I
y'all would
think we
like the
agreed to give
full
him the
restoration
40,000
plan, I'm happy
to
to
move
talk.
forward. I think we agreed to give him the 40,000 to move forward with the process of trying to get your permits and your assessment dives, and I thank you very much.
That's not what it was for the
We
nurse.
just agreed, the three of us just agreed. Thank
Yes,
you.
it was, Jim. I remember specifically, I took notes and I played the thing at home and I made notes. I know exactly what it was for.
Okay.
What I do for a living, I'm a lawyer. I take stuff down.
Okay, Mayor,
Don't tell me when it was said
this is
when I know what was said.
really, done. Thank you.
You can make your motions.
Motion to approve $40,000 going to the Sustainability Department to be utilized in an effort to do outplanting on the coral reefs.
Second.
Well, can I just clarify?
Yes, please.
I think he said it's from his budget, so we're not transferring?
No, that's to be determined. It will be a budget adjustment, and we'll come back and make that happen. And again, I'm working with Mr. Dacos to get to that
Thank
place.
you.
This will likewise be a budget adjustment
Yes,
based on what we believe the capacity is and what our capabilities are.
thank you.
We're taking down to professional services and putting into this?
He's going to determine where it's
I will
coming from.
need to make a
Come back to
determination.
us.
There are a couple different sources in which we can make available without compromising fund balance position, etc. That's
Thank
my criteria. It always is. So we'll come back at the next round of budget adjustments. This will be featured and will be explicitly clear in terms of what works. We have time to accomplish that because we don't anticipate cutting a check in the next week or so. So this will take time, so you'll be squared away and brought up to speed in terms of precisely what that looks like. We're tapping a couple different sources, and quite frankly, operational savings, generally speaking, is the way we'll accomplish this.
Thank you. I appreciate your
need a vote?
explanation. Yes. Did we get a
all in
second?
favor? All in favor?
We got a
Aye.
second.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay.
Thank you. I need the permits.
I'm not gonna get the permit anyway.
I have great faith in him.
I got
I
great
think
faith
this
in
is
me.
exciting. Well, I know, but you shouldn't try to not have this work.
Goodness
It's
gracious.
just not good for the environment. This is awesome.
Okay, next 7D. See, Mr. Moore and Anthony Junette is talking about the Visions 2035.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go briefly, and this is simply in response to direction that was offered during the February 18th meeting. We made a commitment to offer some specifics in terms of what this looks like, and what we're talking about is specifically a facilitation and public outreach engagements in support of a strategic planning document for the city. The intent is to create a plan consistent with past vision reports for 2035. So Vision 2035 being the moniker of this particular initiative. The scope of work relies upon a steering committee and work sessions, and in past efforts, augment public outreach to include online platforms for input and engagement. The proposal that's been included as part of your agenda transmittal to this effect outlines the scope of work, deliverables, and project costs to accomplish this. And as far as project costs, it is an aggregate of $82,000 and change. The significant amount, the largest amount coming from Development Services Department, because of course they have planning resources available to get us to this place, and the Office of the City Manager has a contingency balance that can support the remaining difference. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, with the authorization to engage the services of Raftalis to this effect, again, this is a continuation of the discussion we had February 18th, hopefully filling in the blanks in that regard. Likewise, we will then begin the process of appointing a steering committee, some other particulars, and that will initiate the process overall in the coming weeks.
May I ask a question? There
Sure,
was the
go
one
ahead.
issue outstanding
You are
about,
recognized.
thank you, staff involvement in that process. That was the one thing that was kind of up in the air in the last meeting.
Staff would have to participate in this effort.
Okay,
They
great,
would have
thank
to
you.
offer us
Yeah,
hands-on
okay.
guidance support. Staff, to be
All
explicitly
I
clear,
wanted just to be clear.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Can I update you on? Because
No, you don't need to. It's as long as that's we left off. We didn't know. I'm good with it. Let's
we're not
vote.
just giving this away to
Good.
tell us. We have to work closely with them like any other consultancy
I'm
engagement.
following
Each,
up on our
each
discussion.
commissioner is going to choose, for the
Yeah.
steering committee, we're going to choose like 5 people.
Fabulous.
We're going to have staff involved in some of the stuff because as the steering committee is going to be developing the agenda
Right.
that's going to be discussed, and because staff's got to have input because we have to know what we can do and what we can't do. And then once that agenda is formed, then we're going to have to be determined whether some of it's going to be virtual or some of it's going to be, a lot of it's going to be in person.
Got it.
That's the whole plan.
Okay. Do we need to vote, Mayor? Or
Yeah,
just
we
do we
need
give
I
direction?
guess we need to.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right.
The Raftalis agreement.
7E.
Yes.
This is oh, here we go already.
Ms. Berman,
Do
succinctly.
you want me to read it, Mayor? Resolution 4525, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, authorizing a special event sponsorship in an amount not to exceed $8,000 for the special event known as the 4th Annual Delray Beach Concours d'Elegance to be held on April 27, 2025, authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution and providing an effective date and further purposes.
Good evening, Allie Bierman, Special Event Manager. Obviously, this is a special event sponsorship request for the Delray Beach Concours Foundation for the 4th Annual Delray Beach Concours d'Elegance on Sunday, April 27th at Old School Square. Sponsorship not to exceed $8,000 in the form of waived city costs. The current city cost estimate is approximately $11,624.84. Though some costs may require updating and other unexpected costs may be incurred prior to or during the event. Requests for sponsorships may provide information on how the event serves a public purpose that is in alignment with the city's purpose and intentions as stated herein. In determining whether to grant sponsorship, the City Commission may consider how the event promotes community welfare, improves quality of life for citizens and visitors, builds a sense of community, and provides enriched cultural opportunities. Quality of life for the citizens and visitors is improved by directly inspiring the next generation of youth engineers by making these world-class beautiful pieces of machinery, technology, history available to all ages and socioeconomic families in a kid-friendly, family-focused free festival. That's a lot of F's. Sorry.
Well done so far.
Sense of community is built alongside the overwhelming support of local and regional business sponsors, participants, and attendees in united efforts of longtime community leaders. Enriched cultural opportunities are provided through the free, family-friendly festival showcasing 150 museum-quality, historically significant cars from multiple continents. You can see here the estimated show revenue is about $64,000. 100% of the show profit will be donated to the 5 local nonprofits at about $12,800 each. And as you can see, the city costs are outlined up there. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. You're not speaking. I'm just saying your time was at public comment because this is not an agenda item for the public. Now, if we have questions for you, stand by.
No, I don't have any questions. I spoke to Mr. Zengage because he's had a couple events this year, and I wanted to make sure that we weren't already sponsoring them and hit close to our 8. Mr. Moore indicated that we did not, and so I'm comfortable giving you the 8. I know you're asking for additional money, but we did agree across the board that the city would provide $8,000 to each of these events, and I'm excited to do that, and thank you.
Mr. Marker. Ditto. I don't know how to write that down.
If I may,
No.
At the last application, we did talk.
Commissioner Burns.
Yeah, I have no questions. I'm familiar with the event. I've attended before, and I'm ready to approve the $8,000.
For my comment, I think you guys do great work. If I give you more than 8, I get. If others more than 8, and we very early on when we were in this budgetary process, we decided what we were going to stick with, and we said we were going to stick with it across the board. And so I am in support of the 8. I mean, I wish you all well, but I'm in support of the 8. So I need a motion.
Motion to approve resolution number 45-25.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Allison.
I don't have to last item we were only talking.
You want me to read the resolution, Mayor?
Unsolicited public comment. This is a
Unsolicited.
good thing. We've had muscle on the beach, now we need some elegance by the sea. Thank you.
Elegance. Yes, muscle was great.
It's out of control.
What did we give them? I think we only gave
It's
them.
like an SNL sketch here tonight.
That's the
Anybody else?
Resolution 5125.
Yes, please.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending its budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024 by providing for supplemental appropriations in the amounts identified in Exhibit A, repealing all resolutions inconsistent herewith, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
Mr. Duck.
Yes, the premium for the third quarter liability insurance is due on April 1st.
Yes.
And they recognize there are 3 sub-accounts in the insurance fund. One is for health insurance, one is for liability, and one is for workman's comp. And apparently the liability was short, but the other ones were above, and they're just looking to transfer funds from one to the other to cover the insurance premium.
So it's going to be a wash.
Yeah.
Essentially.
It's a wash.
Correct.
In total,
Yes.
the budget was fine, and we're just moving from one line to another.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Motion to approve resolution number 51-25.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay, we have no public hearings. Thank God.
7G.
Sorry?
We have 7G.
7G. Oh, I'm
It's the
so
lease
sorry.
plan- Lease.
So maybe I was trying to ignore it. Go
I
ahead.
feel
Well,
like-
while you're there, Mr. Duckwood.
Resolution number 4925, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, authorizing the execution and delivery of a master lease purchase agreement in form of schedules of property with respect to the leasing and purchasing of certain equipment, including without limitation the reimbursement to the city to previously purchased equipment within the terms provided herein, authorizing the execution and delivery of certain other documents required in connection therewith, appointing an escrow agent, authorizing the taking of all other actions necessary to the consummation of the transactions contemplated by this resolution, providing for severability of invalid provisions, and providing an effective date.
Jay Glover from PFM Financial Advisors, again, the city's financial advisor. Here's another debt-related matter. I'll try to be quick here. I know you're all ready to get out of here. The city has various financing, vehicle, equipment needs. You previously approved 2 reimbursement resolutions for equipment that was purchased in FY24. Some equipment has already been purchased in FY25, and more equipment will be purchased in the future. We recommend setting up a master lease program where you can actually finance the purchase of these vehicles and repay them over a 7-year period, useful life of the assets. This would be the initial lease schedule. I think it's not to exceed $9 million. We did an RFP, got 7 proposals for this master lease purchase agreement. JP Morgan provided the lowest cost and best terms, 3.83% indicative interest rate at the time of proposals. We have since seen market improvement. As of today, the rate would be 3.60%, and the actual loan rate will not be set or locked until 2 days prior to closing, which is anticipated to be March the 21st, assuming approval here today. So again, this allows you to finance the 24 and 25 fiscal year vehicles, and then in future years, you can add lease schedules to this master agreement for future purchase you might have in the future. So this sets the program up that could be used in the future if that's your desire, but subsequent purchase would need to come back before you for approval above and beyond this initial amount. So with that, I'll address any questions you all might have.
Okay, Commissioner.
I would, first of all, Mr. Moore, in the future in our schedule, Mr. Glover presented like at 5 o'clock, and he's here till 9. We should try to make these items closer.
Fair enough.
Thank you, because
Fair enough.
feel
I
bad
thought
for
about
him.
that. My apologies to you, Mr.
No,
Yeah,
no
and-
worries. We're
I
paid to be here.
apologize
So.
to you in front of all the ladies
No,
and
that-
gentlemen. But
no,
yes,
we could have
fair
even
enough.
moved it around at some point.
Yes,
'Cause I was
yes,
wondering
yes.
why he was sitting here.
He's paid by the hour. He wants to sit there. I'm
I-
kidding.
I'm-
I know
I-
that's
I'm
not
pretty
true.
I'm
sure
not
he doesn't
true,
work
but I am
here.
paid
Not
to be
true.
here, so
I
I
know
don't
you're
mind.
not.
No need to apologize.
Is it
busting
typical
your
that
chops.
we're doing this retroactively?
Yeah, it's actually very common because many of these things are done on a reimbursement basis. So you
Okay.
pay for what you need to purchase, and then you reimburse yourself. Just like we talked about for the facility before, a lot of times there's cash outflow, and you reimburse yourself, and you declare the intent to do so with a resolution, ahead of time. So this is not uncommon.
Okay, and then is there something, typically there's background information. Is there some background information that is involved in this? City Attorney, excuse me, I'm sorry for using your first name. Do you want to give us some background on this?
You want me to give you the background?
Somebody?
I think Mr. Moore should give the background.
Yeah, I mean, we actually summarized this pretty well via previous engagements during the February 18th meeting regarding the fire rescue apparatus transaction, that particular piece as well as the others. And so this simply culminates the transaction process so that we can move forward. So honestly, while this was compiled, we determined that all was well and good to go based on the previous approvals having been made. Otherwise, we'll consider a more substantive follow-up report and future considerations.
Does the city attorney have anything to add to that background? No, I'm asking you seriously because my recollection of the background discussion, I don't recall it. Typically, we have more in the background.
So this took a
And
little
here
bit of
we
time
are.
to get to.
This has been
There was an
confusing.
RFP that was done, so there was a lot of process behind the scenes to get to where we are today.
Right.
This is essentially just reimbursing ourselves through an arrangement in order to, experience some cost savings. We did do the reimbursement
Yes.
resolution, so that's all set. It satisfies the IRS requirements. And so now this is just moving this forward so that the vehicles that we purchased, the fire truck is included in this.
Can be payments,
All of that
yeah.
can be included in this package to give
Okay.
us a little bit of savings.
And when we say included in this package and we're approving, how much is this package costing?
$9 million.
9 million? What? This says 1 million.
Mr. Glover, if you would, please.
Yeah, it's not to exceed $9 million. All of it's been approved via your FY24 and FY25 budget process.
Okay, I
it's-
recall that.
It's
No,
a variety of fire trucks, police cars,
So
heavy
the initial
equipment.
group is 1 million, but the total expected in the course
I think
of the
the
year
fire
is
truck was $1 million. The
nine.
rest of the vehicles are.
It was
Fire truck was the
1.4
newest
million.
addition.
Yep, that was the most recent addition, February 18th. During the February 18th meeting, we broke it down by 3 different categories of expenditures, which totaled approximately $9 million.
Okay.
And there is language in there that any future additions to this program
before us?
will be coming before
Thank
you.
you. That's
Absolutely, no
important.
question about it.
Okay, great. I'm prepared to vote if you guys,
Well,
if you are.
Commissioner Burns?
And no comment, no question.
Commissioner Marker?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Obviously, I think cities using leverage makes a lot of sense, and I prefer at least owning it as opposed to just leasing it. So at the end of the day, I just pay for the same amount, and I end up owning the vehicle.
You're owning the vehicles at the end of the lease
Yeah,
arrangement.
so I think this
it's
makes a
just
lot more
lease
sense.
purchase.
Makes a lot more sense just a straight leasing program. So I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution number 49-24.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thangive you.
Great, that's done.
And you love being with us, don't you, Mr. Glover?
I don't mind. This
Really,
is
if
what I did.
I had known, if they had put on my mayor, they give me little notes here, who's going to speak. If they had added your name to this instead of just Mr. Dockwitz, I would have called you up.
I got a hotel room here tonight, so I expected to stay.
I'll
so
take.
no worries.
I'll support that sentiment. So,
I would have given him a sandwich from the back and some fruit.
Y'all don't do this on my account. This is what I
would you like a cookie?
Mr. Moore's having a bake sale, it's $1 for a cookie.
For you, it's free. On the house.
That's money's going into the budget. He's working
Thank you very much.
to increase
Thank-
revenues.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are now into the fun part of the meeting, comments by the city manager.
I yield at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Comments by the city attorney? Okay. Okay. Comments by Commissioner Burns?
Okay. Thank you. So, you
It's
okay?
It's his turn to go first, and I
Oh,
took him out of
okay,
order.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ange.
I want to start off with the disparity study. I was very concerned to get a notice that it had been removed from the agenda. And, it's very important, as was spoken by several of our residents, that we, after so many years, finally come to the end of the study, that we address the study and the issues that it entails. So, and I'm assuming that we got a consensus to remove this. I can only assume. And then I would like to ask that, when something has been publicized and the public is aware that we have a meeting scheduled, that there is some policy of some sort of how we remove that. Now, this is now not even showing on the server that it was even scheduled. It was like backed out. I thought it should show that it was canceled. So I don't know how that procedure goes or how it should go, but when something has been publicized, should it be just backed out of the server and not shown that it was a canceled meeting? Is that the way that goes? Can anybody answer that?
No.
If you,
No-
go, if,
no
you,
what?
if you look on Legistar, when meetings are canceled, it'll have a parentheses and it'll say canceled. I don't know what happened with this one.
Before the meeting was published, it was simply removed. But there's no specific governance in that regard. But on that note, we will make that the case moving forward.
And do we know, or can I get a timeline as to when that will return to a discussion, a future discussion?
That would be to be determined.
It was with the CRA too, right? Wasn't it?
It was a joint
It's a
collaboration
joint-
involving the city and the Community Redevelopment Agency. And of course, we will have to think as to when it would be appropriate to have that dialogue and discussion. Do I have a specific date in mind at this particular point in time? I do not.
Nope.
However, I do need to engage with the elected body to consider what avenues may be appropriate. However, to be open, at the staff level, we've had discussions about this. The federal policies currently being addressed, not to mention those at the state level, are somewhat incongruent with any considerations along those lines. And so our interest is to do as much as we possibly can as a city to be responsive without compromising ourselves and potentially experiencing trouble. So we should use this time wisely to strike a balance with respect to federal, state related concerns so that we are not in position to catch static, if you will, for lack of a better description, or experience trouble, quite frankly.
Catch static from whom?
Federal and state level.
Okay, so we've spent over $300,000 on this study, and so help me to understand that this is now something that is going to go on the shelf and collect dust. Like this is, we talk about taxpayers. Oh, we got a timer on me?
No, you do not. That was an error. The Madam Clerk stepped away. No.
That's it. Okay, go back and sit down. Back up.
You're out of time, girl.
So over $300,000 of taxpayer money from the CRA was spent on this study. And so whatever things that we have to do to come together to discuss this, I hope that we are working toward making that happen. It will be a priority on my list. All right, thank you. I also would like to get support. I know we have our organization meeting coming up, and I would like to ask for consensus and get support on having a proclamation for the Let's Move initiative. It's a nationwide effort. Our city has participated in it for several years. We've actually brought home a check for second place for several years in a row. However, all of the cities in Palm Beach County have a proclamation, with the exception of Delray Beach. So I would like for us to add this proclamation to our list of proclamations, the Let's Move initiative.
If consensus exists to that effect, we can perhaps make arrangements for the April 8th meeting.
That would be great. Consensus?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
yes.
Two more things and I'll be out of your hair.
Don't say that to Mr. Moore.
So I attended a follow-up meeting of the Education Roundtable. We were talking about the state of education in our city schools. And so I just wanted to commend the chamber, the city staff, Commissioner Casale and I were there, the school district, and lots of nonprofits, looking at our comprehensive plan and formulating next steps that will guide the city and all of these organizations together in our commitment to education. But one of the things that I noticed after the meeting is that very little of our communication to our community is in other languages. Most of our communication is only in English. I did talk with our communications department. I think we have some very specific items, like the census information is put out in Spanish and in Creole, but not very much else. So, our schools have predominantly, in some of the areas where the schools are having, predominantly Haitian Creole and Spanish-speaking students. And so, as a city and being the leader, I think that information that comes from the city, even our meetings, they're not in Creole or Spanish. And then, our chamber is minus those people as well. So I would like for us to give some consideration to putting notices, Facebook posts, whatever information that we put out in other languages so that we can keep all of our citizens engaged. The next thing is I wanted to thank Anthea for the book. Thank you for the book. Gives me something else to add to my list, my reading list. So thank you very much. And I think that is it. Hey.
Mr. Marker.
I'll be just 1 minute. I wanted to do a shout out to Daniel Hartwell for the Beatles on the Beach event that we hosted for 4 days over the weekend. I know Mr. Chard was there. We talked, and that was a tremendous event. A shout out to Laura Simon and the DDA team for helping execute that. But we had 3,000 people there on Saturday night. I mean, it's pretty terrific for a hamlet of our size. The museum was open, had some beautiful pieces. Maruska always does a great job there. And then lastly, a shout out to Chief Martin and the fire department. I have had several of my neighbors in Lake Ida come up to me, and they're kind of frequent flyers on your list for ambulance calls. And the lockbox program that you've introduced is a big hit with my neighbors. They think it's fantastic. Rather than something go wrong and you have to knock down their door, you can just open the lockbox and get in the house. And my neighbors were super complimentary of the program. So a shout out, that looks like a really good winning program. So appreciate that.
Commissioner Casale.
Thank you. I was going to shout out to Chief Martin today because he helped an elderly woman at the tennis center in a very nice way, and she was struggling. So thank you, Chief Martin. I appreciate you. Anthea, also, thanks for the book, and also congratulations on being nominated as a potential inductee to the Fellow of the American Institute of Certified Planners. Not only exciting for you, but exciting for us up here. And congratulations again to all those who received promotions in our city. Also to the HR department, Dwayne, I can't believe you're still here, for working tirelessly with us today to help hire an auditor, and also for the employee health fair. The City Wellness Festival and Fiesta was quite amazing. So thank you. I was wondering, I don't know if we talked about this, a couple things that maybe in light of what's gone on of late, you could consider with the chief, but we don't have cameras inside our fire vehicles, and I was wondering if that's something where, pardon me?
What don't we have?
Cameras inside the vehicles?
I'm working with Chief Martin and his team to consider some
Okay.
technological advancements in that regard, and we may very well touch on that as
Great.
we engage the upcoming fiscal year proposed budget process.
Fabulous, thank you. Preservation Trust and the Historical Society are getting together to do a Lego build event, which is going to be featuring all historical buildings in the city. You can come with your family and build a building with Legos. It's March 29th from 2 to 4.
Zoning permission first?
Pardon me?
Did you get zoning permission first?
I don't know about this. I think they're far within the floor area ratio. I think it's okay.
Saturday the
I
20th.
would like, City Attorney, that gentleman who came and talked about anchoring,
Oh, I got
if
it.
we could just maybe, if you could update us on that situation.
I sent an email earlier today.
Okay, I did not read any emails. We were in our interviews, so I apologize.
So I sent an email earlier today. So to some extent, I do agree with him. Our ordinance was written well before the Florida statute that he referenced was written, and it doesn't have definitions in it. So our police officers have cited some of these vessels, and without knowing if they're live-aboard vessels, like truly live-aboard, like a houseboat,
Right.
or if it's like a yacht that cruises the world, it's hard to know whether or not we're properly enforcing the ordinance. I do think that maybe at some point I should bring an agenda item forward, because if we do want to establish these mooring areas, and the proper way to do it is we have to petition the county. And then once we petition the county, they send a letter to FWC. So there's a bit of a process. That would be the proper way for us to come into compliance, where, we can say we don't necessarily have the ability to have these mooring areas, and we would like
Right.
that to be written in the book, so to speak.
Right.
So I do think that conversation needs to occur.
Okay.
I've gotten a lot of communications from attorneys that drafted that legislation, from the boating community, so I think it is something that we need to address. I can bring it up before you at the next meeting if you'd like, in April, and we can have a discussion and you can give me direction. But there is a pretty lengthy process for us that we'd have to go through if in fact we don't necessarily want these mooring areas in our waterways. And I do think that they are narrow, and I don't think that they can sustain it. But our ability to enforce is only limited to essentially houseboats and certain commercial vessels, and that's it.
I was going to bring it up too, because I looked at the statute, which is after our ordinance, and the statute doesn't say it doesn't have a preemptive clause. So, are you learning? Is it your feeling that this preempts our ordinance?
Because of the vagueness.
Without going on the record, I mean, I don't want to.
No, I just think our ordinance is vague, because it is older and we don't have those definitions in there. So I don't necessarily think we're completely preempted, because we do have the ability to regulate those life vessels, like the houseboats and things like that. However, we don't have that definition in there, so the Florida statute would apply. But I do think, though, we need to go through the process through Palm Beach County and FWC.
Just curious, because I saw the dates.
Can I have one more item, if you don't mind.
Sorry,
I
did
think-
you want me to bring this back before you as an agenda
Well,
item for
if you
discussion?
think we're out of compliance with the state, I mean,
Yeah.
I think we should address the issue.
Okay. Because if we want to
But
go.
we really don't have. We have one little tiny lagoon that make maybe two.
I'm not sure. That's why we need a presentation.
Do we want
I need
boats
PD.
parked behind these houses for 40
No.
days?
Correct.
No.
And that's the issue. They can only moor in the public waterways, not the private. Some are.
So, I think
We might
I'll bring it
not,
back.
she's saying we might not even have a place where they could legally moor, so
I
we
think
just need
that
to
may be
figure
the
it out.
case. That's
I
what I
agree,
said.
that's what I
I
think.
looked at what,
And that's why I think we should move forward with this.
Okay,
Or maybe
I'll
if
bring it
you
back.
Bring
give
some-
us your findings and then,
Sure.
Okay.
But I did send you a memo earlier
I
today as well
apologize,
as some
I didn't,
analysis.
I
It's
haven't
fine.
checked my email, I'm sorry today.
I
Last
didn't check
thing,
email either, otherwise I wouldn't have asked.
yeah, sorry.
We were busy.
We were interviewing your future associates, or associate. Carver, I know you're very committed to Carver and a potential health facility. The school district is saying, like, in order for us to continue on, we need to take down that building. It could never be the medical facility that you envision. And they can't continue because they lack adequate parking. Can we, at some point, have a discussion about that? I think we need to give them there's $20 million, I'm told, like, waiting to be used.
Excuse me, they with respect, there's a deal made with the state. We don't have to take the building down. I know that's what they're trying to sell us.
Okay.
But
can we just have a meeting and get like?
They have a court. There's a settlement agreement with the state of Florida. They have to spend the money. They keep
Right.
pretending that they're going around in circles about not spending. That they have to do this or have to do that.
So you're saying that they're being
I'm saying that
untruthful when they say they need to take that building?
They're 4 years behind schedule in spending the money that the state of Florida ordered them
Right,
to spend.
but back to the building part. Are you saying that when they say we cannot proceed any further, we have this 20 million, we need to take this building down to have adequate parking? Are you saying that is not accurate?
I'm saying that's not accurate. There's other parking in the area.
How do we
There are other
get
people
to
that
the
have looked at
bottom
it.
of this? Or what do we do next? Do we do nothing? I mean, because that's what we've been doing. And if that's okay, but I just have to tell people who call me and are asking me about this.
We are having our education workshop. When?
March 27th. So if I may, ladies and
Are we
gentlemen,
going to incorporate this into that
We're
discussion?
going to be doing the comp plan analysis of the two parts of the comp plan dealing with education.
And it
then
does
as
touch
a
that.
commission, we're going to develop a policy that we're then going to present to the school board to, the things that we want.
meanwhile, if I may, to support the observations that are being offered by the Vice Mayor, my office will be hosting a follow-up visit with leadership of the School District of Palm Beach County sometime next week,
Okay.
so that we can incorporate some updates as part of the March 27th workshop meeting engagement scheduled to take place between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. before the organizational meeting at 6. So we'll be in better position to talk at that time, which is congruent with that opportunity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm done. Thank you all
Okay.
who lasted all evening.
I have 4 or 5 things. First, parking. I've had this discussion, and during our campaign and things we discussed it with Commissioner Casal and I think Commissioner Markert discussed that we have a parking plan for the city, which includes the city taking over the valet parking, and includes us making meters in all of our public lots, just like every other city in Delray. The valet centers are a huge profit center, which should inure to the benefit of the city of the residents of the city of Delray, because we can use that money, and we can better control pricing, and we can better control access if the city's in charge of it. Now, whether the city ultimately decides to run it itself, or whether they want to get one third-party vendor to run it with us getting portions of the money, that's something that we up here can decide. But we need to. 6 months ago was when we signed the last set of valet agreements, and we mentioned it then. And you said, well, there's an issue. It takes time. Well, I think we want to start that process, because I'm fairly confident with several of the lot owners that I have spoken to that are the recipients of the valet parking cars with these various vendors. They'll switch over. They don't care they don't care who the vendor is. If it's the city or the individual, they don't care. So I think we need to start that, because it's a great profit center for the city, and I think we ought to also seriously consider adopting the provisions of the parking plan, which include making our public lots, with meters. We need the revenues, and
I just, if I may, because you were speaking on my behalf, I have concerns about where do all these employees park, and that's, I mean,
that's a detail.
well,
But the point is, these lots, we have a plan that says
I'm not saying I'm not.
I'm saying,
don't- not
even
saying
one of
I
our early
oppose, I
meetings you
just
talked
meant
about,
saying-
even one of our early meetings you brought up putting meters in these lots.
No, I brought up increasing the fee at the beach for
Also in the beach, correct.
for out of town people, because I think there should be a fee to out of town
But anyway,
residents
I'm throwing
using
that out
our
there
beach.
because I think it's time that we look at taking over the valet as a city, because there's been a lot of issues with it, and that we start figuring out how we're going to price our lots. We'll have to deal with how we're going to deal with the employees. But right now, there's really no turnover in a lot of these lots during the day.
Mr. Mayor, just to be efficient, would you all be at liberty to offer consensus to have staff begin the process of reviewing the specific details associated with this consideration? We don't have a specific answer at this particular point in time, but I think consensus to investigate the possibility is warranted if there is a desire to do so.
We have an adopted parking plan.
Mr. Mayor, understood. I'm just as far as the valet parking piece.
Right, and while you're reviewing that, we need to understand: are we hiring out a vendor? who, I mean, we're
But
not
I
going to
mean,
have our public works people
That's
park
Part
in
of the
cars at night
evaluation process to be
That's the
determined.
with our
That's
liability
a detail.
insurance.
Right.
But I just know they're huge profit centers.
Consensus?
Yes.
Okay, I will update you all in the next couple of weeks in terms of what the path forward looks like to get
Thank
there
you.
and what is anticipated
Please
as far
include
as
please include the
recommendations.
lots, which are also in our parking plan, which is a very well-drafted parking plan discussing all the different parking lots, and we're scooting our way around it by doing software that's this parking space or this parking space. The reality is, no other city provides the free parking that Delray Beach provides.
Duly noted.
I mean, they've got alleys in Boca Raton that have meters. I'm shocked.
I know, but I do concern myself with where we have all of these downtown businesses. You're talking about busboys, waitresses, people who don't, they're working on a very tight
I
budget.
acknowledge that detail, and whether or not they could, an arrangement could be made with the county where they could park at the county's parking garage. I believe that they can. By the library, there is other availabilities out there for employees to use it. We cut that deal in 2012 with the county about being able to use that parking garage at the courthouse, and nobody's using it. 2012, we cut that deal. And as far as I know, it hasn't been revoked. So just to let you know that's out there. That's a big parking lot, and whatever.
Right, like the library even.
I've answered.
It's a
Next
little
one.
dangerous over there at
What else?
night. I'll just say it's a little dangerous over there at night. No offense. No, it's dark. I mean, back there at night because no one uses it.
I also, and I don't need PNC to stand up on this. I received to defend yourself, but planning and zoning now has gone to a system whereby they're only accepting development applications on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I'm sure there's reasons for it, but the point is we are a customer-driven place, and Monday through Wednesday. I mean, we can point to other cities that do it. None of them are like Delray Beach, and I think it's a mistake.
I think I'd like her to get up and explain this because leaving
I knew you were going to say that, and I don't.
No,
these are my comments.
I understand you're allowed your comments, but if the information, I'd like to know if that information is accurate or not. I mean, it's important that we work off accurate information.
So I'd like to say the other change we made that nobody's acknowledging is that the door to get customer service used to close at lunch. And we decided that that's when our residents kind of in their own jobs want to run over and ask questions.
Right.
So the door, instead of being closed for 5 hours during the week, is now open all the time.
Thank you.
So that change was made. Like other municipalities, we're on the same statutory deadlines that are start when the application is submitted. TAC happens on Friday. So we have a few, I could name them if they're watching, who love to drop their applications off Thursday at 5:01 and think that they're going to get onto the Friday TAC agenda to start the review process. And it's simply not possible. We have
And the forms can can state that so that it's not going to apply. We should be accepting applications every day.
I don't think that the state allows us to have a form that changes the timeline. The good news is we're on track to do the electronic actual change in June 17th, which I think is going to make everything a lot easier. Nobody's going to have to even run down here at that point. And we're trying to figure out how to sort of get that train of submission review happening. We are busy, and we do it first come, first serve. So we do have to sort of keep those expectations in line. There's a sufficiency deadline based on state statute, and then there's other deadlines that we have to meet. And so that's why there's limitations.
I understand all those. We are a customer service driven city. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
We can do it. We can accept applications. You can put whatever you want in terms of when they're going to be able to be heard by TAC. That you can do. But to close the window for the delivery of applications, I understand that now Rochelle is working during lunch or someone there.
Is it our job, though, to be?
Excuse
We
me,
shouldn't
when you
even
say-
be directing this, I don't think. This is
Listen,
Mr. Moore's
I am the
oversight.
only one up here that sat on that side trying to get applications through. I've received not fewer than 10 phone calls from people
I know,
saying,
but
why
she's
are you
trying to-
doing this?
but I think
These
what
are the
she's
pe-
saying
these
is it makes
people,
her
these
process
developers,
efficient.
these horrible people are the ones driving the economy
Nobody
in this town.
says they're horrible. You said that. Don't put
I'm
words
just
into
saying,
other people's
these
mouths.
people are,
She's trying to figure out a way to process through her department the most efficiently. And if she's suggesting, and excuse me for saying she, Ms.
I don't know.
Giannotis,
Ladies-
I would like to
2
just
days
say,
closed
I'm on
works.
record for improving customer service in my
Right.
department in multiple ways. The building permits are
don't have to
completely
say that.
electronic right now. I have doubled up inspectors.
I totally
I've
see
expanded
I'm
the
just saying-
staff, and this is what it takes for us to meet the requirements that become increasingly aggressive from the preemption of the state and setting reasonable expectations for our applicants. We are trying to keep that conveyor belt moving and not turn into Lucy and the Chocolate Factory, which is what I
Understood.
told
And
you.
you said you want
Ladies and
staff to
gentlemen.
come to work happy.
Ladies and gentlemen.
appreciate
I
their
don't work for
job.
staff.
Mr.
You
Mayor,
don't work for staff, but you want staff working for you.
Mr. Mayor,
Correct.
ladies and
I
gentlemen.
want the staff working for the people of Delray Beach.
And
Mr.
they
Mayor,
are.
ladies and
They
gentlemen,
are. That
I would
is
like to
not
have the
fair.
opportunity to continue to work with Development Services and all
Yeah.
staff members to strike the appropriate balances to achieve customer services. We will do our absolute utmost to engage collaboratively to advise the community of our efforts to achieve sound customer service practice, and in the event that we need to make adjustments in that regard, we will do so. So I would like to have that opportunity to continue to work with the Department of Development Services and all others involved, because a lot of good work has been initiated. However, it's a continuous process to strike a balance. I listen to the elected officials and the public regarding expectations in that regard. Give me the opportunity in my role as city manager to offer leadership and guidance accordingly so that we can achieve.
I've raised the issue that I'm moving on.
I'd like to raise the issue that I feel that she's directing her own department, and if she feels, excuse me, I
Oh,
said
yes,
she
let's do
twice.
whatever. Why don't we just turn it over to the city?
Why? Yeah, let's do that.
Ladies
this
and gentlemen.
is ridiculous. You want your staff to be,
No,
Mr.
I
Moore,
want,
I'm
I want
speaking.
the customer to
I
be
think
satisfied
we
too.
want a consensus that department heads, we're not even supposed to be discussing what the department heads are doing.
And I spoke up about my role and function as city
Right.
manager as it relates to it. So my job is to strike a balance and
But I want you
offer
to
what
know
I can.
publicly,
Pardon
right
me?
here, Mr. Moore.
I'm sorry?
I'd like you to know publicly, right here, that I support Ms. Janotis running her department in the manner she sees fit, and I think everybody
I'm
else
sorry,
should
but we
speak
set
up.
policy up here.
We
And
do
that-
set policy,
Right,
but
well,
that's
I'm trying to
administrative
set it.
policy. That's not our policy.
Let me finish. Let me finish my comments. This should be non-controversial.
You're right, it should, but
Perry
we
Don
can't
Francisco.
attack
Perry
our
Don
staff.
Francisco, for 38 years, was running the Delray Citizens for Delray Police. He's just retiring. Some kind of, I don't know whether it's a proclamation or job well done or some kind of, we have these things.
Rob Long asked for that 1 or 2 meetings ago.
Huh?
Rob Long asked for that 1 or 2 meetings
Correct.
ago.
That's why I got it on my notes. To see about getting together.
It would be a certificate of appreciation. That would be the appropriate
Whatever the
form.
word is fine.
And
Whatever.
if I may, because I did receive a note from people interested in seeing him be acknowledged, I like to, if there's support, and quite frankly, there should be, I would like to recommend the April 8th meeting that this is
Support
presented
for
at
the
this
second
time.
time.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect.
For a specific date, April 8th.
That's fine.
And lastly, Dwayne and your team, I was very, very impressed with the quality of the applicants that you had us interview today. It was very different than we looked at 6 months ago. You guys did a lot of work. You deserve to be commended for it. Each and every one of the people I spoke to today, in varying ways, had so much to offer. It will not be an easy choice.
Hope they're not watching this meeting.
Huh?
I said I hope they're not watching
I'm
this
not saying
meeting.
it's not going to be. It's not an easy choice. It's not. We're not choosing. They were all
It's
very
not
good.
an easy choice. You're right. I was
They were
remarkably
all
impressed as well.
very, very good. And so I'm looking forward to figuring out how I'm going to answer your thing by tomorrow. Is it by tomorrow? You really need it by tomorrow?
gave you to
Monday's
Monday.
good. Oh, good. Monday, good.
I've got
Well,
it
don't give a
done.
procrastinator too much time. Tell me it's Friday. You know. So, but I just want to thank you for all the hard work you and your staff did in getting that group together, because they were really very, very good. And I'm really looking forward to having an internal auditor. They all had interesting conversations about what they wanted to bring to the job, and I'm very happy for it. Anyway, I've already made my anchors. I go over this, and we got the left move going. That's it.
Bang the gavel.
I have
Hit
no
it.
other thing. Anybody
Not
have
too hard.
anything else? You want me to
No,
go on?
I think
We are adjourned.
We're good.